a number of times in my life. You generally should be able to play knight g4 somewhere around here, and I'm not. And without knight g4 as an option, it's very difficult to fight against this bishop on h6. Once again, apologies for all the problems with the broadcast during this first game. I hope this is settled for now, and it won't come back. It all seemed fine during the trial run, but something has gone awry in between then and now. I'm not sure bishop e3 is the most ambitious reply to what I'm doing here, but it's perfectly serviceable. I was planning to go bishop g5, but now f4 is a very good reply to that, so I should do something else. Let's pretend I'm grabbing some space on the queen side for now. Maybe I should have just castled. And I definitely will castle now. Down to 1 minute though, which could present a problem. I've been a bit of a non-presence on Chess24 since the candidates. I promised to do more of these after the candidates, but those tournaments do take a serious amount of energy, and I found that I kind of needed time to get back to my senses after it was over. But I seem to be slightly more alive now, so I hope we'll return to some kind of regular programming. And I will most likely be in Hamburg to commentate on the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour in Paris in mid-June, together with Jan, which should be fun. I think it's a Rapid and Blitz event, which are always very, very lots of fun to commentate on. We finally settled in a very, normal Sicilian type position where, both sides have their own trumps, and you should pay attention to the small matter of not getting mated here. But apart from that, you generally want to play f5, but you also don't want to blunder something along the e file, which will mate you on the spot. So I'll pretend nothing is happening for now. Maybe get my bishop over to g7, which generally is a good idea in these structures. And if bishop g4, of course, I will play e5. Actually, not of course. I could maybe do something else, but I think e5 is the most logical way to beat it. And now with the pawn on d4, actually I could have done this immediately. I probably should have played rook takes c3 straight away. This kind of exchange sacrifice is very, very decent in these positions. And my opponent, somewhat unwisely, I think, is creating a huge monster out of my bishop on b7, which is generally not ideal in these structures. Knight d5 will run in, no, hang on, it will not run into knight e4 because the f4 pawn is hanging, so this is still a good move. The position is still not entirely clear because, the bishop on g7 is kind of locked in now. But knight is still coming to e4, which is a bit annoying. Let's try and open this up a little bit. Now this, I think this should be very good for black. I mean, apart from time considerations, which will probably decide the game now, and I should stay away from the strategy of giving my opponents like 3-minute time odds, just due to my complete inability to operate the software. But I mean, apart from that, my position is very, very nice here. Whoops. Almost blundered the queen there. And now I'm probably completely winning and will lose on time. Both of those things are, well, quite clearly true here. The a-pawn just queens. There is absolutely nothing my opponent can do about it. But unless he resigns, I'm going to lose on time. And people don't generally resign here, so... Let's see if I can collect every single pawn. Woo! I'm not going to lose on time. Well played. Well played. Anyways, now that the broadcast has actually started, I should be doing slightly better. Let's see what we have in the way of challenges. I will try to last the entire 5-hour stint I've been allocated, although not going to be easy. And Jan told me there are people ready to sort of catch me if I fall, but the plan is to try and stay alive for 5 hours doing this, and by hour 5 you will start seeing really weird stuff, I expect. But for now, let's just play some chess and see where it leads us. Assuming people are still there, I understand that some of these people may have challenged Jan and just gave up and are now unaware that I'm picking up the challenges which were left ages ago. And if you're watching, just a reminder that you should be challenging Banterthon, not Paul Border on Chess24, because for this event we're all playing under the same nickname. And challenges to Paul Border I don't actually even see on this machine because I'm currently logged in as Banterthon. If you were not aware of this, please be aware of it now, because as things stand, I currently, no, that's all, I only see 3 new challenges, but I have enough challenges to last me a lifetime, so no real issue there. Also, just a kind of a reminder slash warning. I'm doing this opposite my children who are playing Fallout New Vegas. So if at some point some extraneous sounds do creep in, do not be alarmed. It's just people getting killed by ghouls, or ghouls getting killed by people. I'm not entirely sure which. This is a bit of a weird move, because this kind of a setup is very decent, but generally the bishop, I think, is not required on e3 here. It can stay on c1 happily for a while. White plays f4, knight f3. I think my opponent is sort of very insistent on playing the closed Sicilian when, you know, the setup I'm using really calls for something faster. Yeah, and this I think is just wrong, because by doing this with white, what you're getting is a very normal g3 Sicilian, a number of tempi down. Well, one tempi down sort of objectively, but also bishop b3 is not really a required move. Black has already played b5, which white normally tries to avoid by playing a4 as soon as possible to the pawn on either b7 or maybe b6, but not b5. b5 is a nice move to have for black here. I included queen c7 before bishop e7 a couple of moves ago, because bishop e7 would allow this very typical tactic of e5, bishop takes g2, e takes f6, which would win some material for white. Now the bishop on b7 is protected, so this is no longer a concern. Generally, the way this is shaped right now, I would start preferring black already if this were, you know, if I were asked for an evaluation. I would feel that black already is somewhat better, because, well, especially now that I played knight c5 and forced white to make a very ugly looking move to f3, which is something you don't really want to do in a Sicilian when you fianchettoed your kingside bishop. Another typical thing to do in these positions, I only needed to pay attention to all kinds of tactics with e5. Well, tactics may be strong, but in some positions like this, white can play e5 and after queen takes e5 start chasing exactly what my opponent is doing, but I think the queen escapes. I don't think you can actually chase it down successfully here. It will be somewhat restricted on g6 for a while, but I don't think it can actually be chased down. And if it cannot be chased down, it's just a pawn. h4, I will happily meet with h5. And I'm still very, very wary of using pre-move, as you can potentially see. Jan has been pre-moving like crazy in the 15 minutes I've watched of his shift, but yeah, my experiences with pre-move were overwhelmingly negative, so I'm trying to steer clear of that. Yeah, all this is fine, but bishop d3 will be very, very hard to achieve because my knight on c5 controls that square. One thing I should pay attention to is not allowing b4, because if b4 drives my knight away, then bishop d3 will actually represent a huge threat to this queen on g6. There are still some things I should pay attention to here. It's not as clear-cut as I expected it to be. I can play f5, but I'm not really in love with that idea. Although, maybe we should do it, because it's connected with a very nice geometrical idea. If he goes b4, I want to play knight e4, giving up this piece, but creating a huge block of pieces and pawns in the center. From an aesthetic standpoint, this looks very attractive. And now these things should start rolling somehow. If I ever get e6, e5 win, I win basically. And this is a bit of a blunder, but I'm wondering if I should actually accept it. I can take, yeah, I should do it this way. Take here and then take here. Because this creates a huge threat of rook takes h4 check, which needs to be addressed, and then I will play e5. And once, as I said, once these pawns start rolling, the game will finish very, very fast. Rook f1. Yeah, I can go sort of full materialist by taking and taking on d4. Or I can ignore it maybe, but there's queen d8 check there. So this actually makes a great deal of sense. This is a good move which I missed, to be honest. I can play bishop d6. It's a bit slow, but it should do the trick, I guess. Although he will take and play queen h3. It's a bit annoying. All of this is actually a little bit annoying because I felt I was completely winning, but maybe, whoops, almost blundered a full rook there. I still think this is probably winning. Let me try and show how. I think after queen e6 he will have a very, very hard time switching back to defense. This is kind of the point. I create a huge big threat of queen h3 check. And if my queen gets somewhere there, I will pick up the entire kingside with checks. I can also start pushing the e-pawn as well. Despite being a full exchange, well, not a full exchange, I have some pawns for it, but an exchange down. I think I should just be winning here. I could also just take on g6, but I think king h6 is clearer. He should play something like queen b8 here to at least create threats of checks. This was well played by my opponent. But yeah, once I do this and start picking up stuff with checks, should be fine. I can also, I think, play something like bishop g5 here, because he has two checks. And that's it. Yeah, I go to h7 and now checks run out. and then I will start doing some checking of my own. At the very least, I can win the exchange here, I think. Yeah. He can play king f1 and this will prolong it, but generally I will win the exchange back and then I will start pushing my pawns. There might be mate, but this is more practical, yeah, and this is mate. This is mate. All right. So far so good. Also so far so black. Where are my white games? The US women's champion is somewhere in the list there. Let me try and locate her. Oops. Sorry about that. Scrolling letting me down once again. Scrolling is the bane of these broadcasts. Should never scroll. White. Let's play something. No King's Gambit, huh? Alright. I've had some traumatic experiences with the King's Gambit recently. They were more connected to my intemperance during lunch than the opening itself, so I can't really blame it for very much. Let's try this. This is a move order which I think almost entirely disappeared, but it's playable. Maybe it's disappeared because of that, actually, yeah. Takes on g5 is very interesting here. I think I had a game like this against Konstantin Sakaev ages ago. Maybe I should g5 not in this position. In this position it may be a bit hasty. Try not to blunder anything here. It's important not to blunder anything in the early game. I'm not sure if the queen belongs on d2 or on e2, but probably on d2, because in many positions black will have ideas connected with the exchange sacrifice on c3. Sorry for all the, let's call it buffing, although it's not. And here I think I'm some tempi up on what I normally get in this structure as white, because I already threatened to win the d6 pawn, and I can actually take on e7 and on d6 right now, but black will get a decent amount of counterplay, so I will postpone doing that for at least a move. Black plays queen f6 there, and then my position is somewhat awkward because I have no... But if I don't do it here, she will go bishop f8, which is somewhat annoying because the bishop actually escapes, and then she can continue sort of as normal. But I still don't like taking that pawn. I can sort of choose to go halfway. I can take on e7 and then not take on d6, which might be a half decent idea. Or I can just leave the knight on d5 alive for now. If she goes bishop f8, I have this move bishop g5, which might be useful. But this I think is too much. I think if you give me this much time, I will eventually just take on d6. If she goes rook d8 here, I think I can take on e5 with the bishop and force multiple exchanges, leaving me with an endgame where I'm a healthy pawn up. Isn't this? No, it's not. I thought this was a bit of a mistake, but after bishop e5, she takes on e5 with the knight, and if I take with the queen, she has bishop takes b3, hitting everything, including the queen on e5. This I actually missed when I was going to this position. It's a good move. Let's go back. Because I need to deal with the threat of rook d8. I think yeah, and the queen belongs somewhere around d3 here anyway, so reasonably content with this, although she will take on g2 now, and my entire king side will be under attack. But I can start doing something to black's queen side as well. I mean, I can play knight c5 here. If she takes on h3, I can start collecting everything on the other side of the board. Weird endgame. I feel I should be ahead because I'm the first one to attack pawns. It is currently 4 against 4, but I think b5 is in terrible danger here. b5 should fall, actually. And then I will be one up. But, I mean, the game is far from decided here. But generally, in an endgame like this, the fact that I have the bishops... Here, black could also be in tactical trouble. Although I forgot about bishop f3, and now f6 probably saves her material. And this is a very curious endgame. But I'm the first one to start pushing, so I should be better. How much better, though, is... I would have played g5 here without thinking. I think it's very important to make moves which, you know, create the biggest disturbance for your opponent. And allowing my pawn all the way up to a6, I think, was a mistake. Because it's easier for me to control black's passed pawns than it is for black to control mine, I think, because I have the bishops. But it's still very, very sharp and quite unclear. The bishop on f3 is a tremendous piece. c3 and b4 kind of comes to mind, but it's incredibly slow. Very, very sharp endgame. I'm not sure what this is. This might be way too slow. I'm trying to create an idea of playing knight d7. First and foremost, I mean, bishop g2 is a very obvious reply, which I should have considered a bit harder. Yeah, rook e3 was not a good move. It's very easy to misplay this for both sides, I think. g5 is still a move to make here, I think. Now I will switch to this plan, giving up on my, you know, much wanted bishop pair to start pushing my pawns faster, and also creating a square on d6, which I'm planning to use to some effect. No idea what's going on. After knight e5, I want to take with the rook, because after that I will be able, well, this I did not expect. It's a move I missed altogether. Let's retreat to h2 before something bad happens to me. Well, and this is just, I should have gone king a2, of course. Knight a3 check now wins a pawn. All I can hope for is to drive this knight to some uncomfortable squares, but yeah, this is a move. Yeah, I'm in a lot of trouble here, obviously, because this I also missed. Getting completely destroyed here. I should try and... But actually, the bishop just comes to g5. The king will have to try and control... I think g4 is technically not correct. I think black should have tried pushing f5 and f4, not g5 and g4. Now I have some hopes of saving this. I think I should start with king g3. And after f5, I will go after the piece. And a7. Okay. Probably not fast enough, to be honest. I'll be very surprised if this is objectively fast enough, but has to be tried. There may have been a win somewhere along the lines, but Okay. I'm wondering if I can actually do this or not. Shouldn't be losing on time as well. I think it's kind of important not to lose on time here. '93 just wins. This probably also wins. And generally speaking, I'm also so low on time that this is completely immaterial anyway. King G3, I should just resign. I encourage people to resign against myself in positions like this, so I should resign as well. Yeah, blundering the b5 pawn somewhere around here was a bit of a mistake. If I go king a2, there's still everything to play for, because the king gets to b4, and we get this very, very sharp endgame where even, let's say, if the knight after king a2, for instance, there is a plan of going knight d2, knight f3, but my pawns will my queen as well. If she goes bishop d5, I can play king b3, ignoring the discovered checks, because there are no good targets for them. Play king b4 next move. Very sharp endgame. Who knows who is better, to be honest. I might be better, I might be worse, I have no idea. But after king c2, knight a3 check, white needs a miracle from this moment onwards. So yeah, very well played by my opponent. Well played. Congrats to her. Something slightly less challenging maybe too. I know all these people. I've actually played many of these people in my Banters, so I'm trying to find someone who I don't remember. All right. Don't really know what I want here in terms of openings. We'll try to get a King's Indian from this point onwards, though. I've been playing this weird sideline, which is really the only thing I've looked at half seriously in the past number of years, this h3 bishop g5 sideline. It doesn't refute the King's Indian, but I'll stick with this for now, because at least here I'm less likely to get completely, although I did lose a game in about 25 moves to Hikaru Nakamura in this fight, so saying that I'm less likely to lose a game by force here is maybe not entirely true. The Volga is not supposed to be that great against it, I think. I wouldn't think that this is a great edition of the Benko or Volga, whichever way you prefer to call it. Preparing to meet queen b4 with rook b3, I think is whoa. Yeah, I'm not in my best shape. Yeah, this I wanted to start with bishop d2, of course, and then I decided to stop queen b4 first. This is not going well at all. I'm not completely lost, but it's pretty close. I've been somewhat plagued by weird one-move blunders in recent times. This is a good move by my opponent. He's trying to win a game by force, which is, I think, considering how badly I misplayed the opening, is a very, very good idea. I will try to liquidate into some kind of an endgame, though, where I will be a pawn down because b2 can be taken with a tempo, but there are knight c7 forks ideas there later, and this position I'm actually already slightly hopeful about. I think after queen takes d2, if Blitz just plays slowly by knight d7, knight b6, he should be hugely better / winning. Of course, you should not be blundering central pawns in one move in Benko type positions, but e6 it takes d5 also looked very natural, but it has, it develops my pieces as well. And the knight on c3 wasn't doing very much. Now it's this proud beast on d5, which dominates the entire position. So I applauded the spirit of e6, but I don't think it was actually the best move in the position. And I should secure this pawn on b6. I don't really care about the b2 pawn all that much, but I do care about making sure my b6 and a5 structure survives. May have been slightly over ambitious actually, but can't be that wrong to aim for something like this. Need to get a grip on myself, to be honest, because previous game wasn't that bad until I blundered a pawn, but this game, you know, I'm sure some of you tuned in to see me blunder pieces, but I personally prefer not to. And here I wanted, well, knight g5 allows bishop h6. It might still be a decent move though. There's also the exchange sacrifice, which may or may not be any good. I think I should actually unpin myself here, preparing a threat of knight g5. Also maybe rook a to e2 might be an idea later in the game. After this I was kind of hoping to take on a6 and then return, but maybe that's slightly over ambitious. Missed that. That actually presents an issue for me. But not an unsolvable one, seemingly, because I can finally take on a6 here. And put the knight on c7, and now it's a bit of a similar theme to what we had in my previous game, because I have these pass pawns on the queen side, but my opponent in this game doesn't have his own passers on the third, on the other side of the board. So here I feel I should be winning. But yeah, not a particularly edifying side so far. I will try and improve. I'm being told there are some issues with the sound quality. As you can see, I'm not using any mic equipment at all. I'm using built-in internal things, and this is a decent computer, but obviously not studio quality. Maybe at some point I should actually do something about this to improve the viewing experience. Yeah, this is now completely winning. I can more or less do whatever I please here. Really doesn't matter very much. These pawns just win themselves. But rook a3 was, yeah, somewhat ashamed at having played that. I realized, you know, something was hanging, but still made a bit of an obscure move for no reason. Could even waste the tempo on playing bishop takes c4, although of course a7 was also perfectly serviceable. I should queen one of them. 2 is probably a bit optimistic, but 1 definitely should become a queen here. Yup. Seems like most challenges are 5 minutes, so this will be I wouldn't say slower paced. I mean, 5 minutes is still Blitz, but compared to 3 minutes, it's definitely, it allows for more reflection on the state of things. Don't really know any theory here, so I'll just play moves. Should probably mute my other computers and telephones, but I can't really reach the telephone, so this will probably continue emitting sounds as the broadcast goes on. I played some Catalan with white, but not a lot. I don't really know what I'm doing properly here, but I dabbled in it a little bit. b6 is not supposed to be the way to proceed here, but I mean it's very solid and will not lose like the game by any means. This is not ideal though. Starting with bishop b7 was definitely advisable there. Now I'm a reasonably healthy pawn up, so good start to the game for me. Bishop a6 was probably slightly stronger on the previous move. Here I can maybe even go full greed and play queen a4. If he takes on e2, I can play rook e1, and this will make him commit at least an exchange, because bishop on e2 otherwise will get lost. And if he plays bishop c4, I think I can even take on a7 if I wanted to. So quite a dominant position for white here. Rook takes c3, bc, queen takes e2 may have been the best practical chance, but not a very pleasant way to play. And here I'm just, healthy 2 pawns up, so no real issues. The queen escapes via c7, d6 if he starts chasing it. I could have played queen a3 first immediately, or queen a6, but I thought why not, develop another piece and wait for him to do something about the queen on a7, and then I can extricate it by, perfectly normal means. Okay, I will play queen a3 then. It's a bit of an ugly move, but I am two pawns up and, 2 bishops against bishop and knight. Very solid structure. Really, these positions generally win themselves without too much required from the player. And here I can pick up some more material. And I end up a full piece up, so generally game should be over by now. A bit of a drier technical game, but this will happen occasionally. Let's look for people with different time controls. Because I think, as this thing progresses, my ability to actually play even half decent 3-minute Blitz will decrease sharply. So if there are any 3-minute challenges, I should probably accept them now and not later in the show where I will be completely brain dead. That, of course, is operating under the assumption that I'm not particularly brain dead right now, which I think is, judging by the quality of the first games, is not immediately obvious, but there you go. Via a slightly weird move order, we arrive at a position which has seen quite a lot of discussion at a reasonably high level. You don't really want to allow a5, a4. You can start by cd5, cd5, and then play knight c3, but I'm also debating whether I can actually play knight c3 straight away and make black wait for a tempo before I commit to c takes d5, if I ever actually commit to c takes d5. If he goes d4, I can play knight a4, and the pawn on d4 is actually not that easy to protect, or at least that was what I was going for here. d3 I will take, then play something like knight e5 and d4, and I will have an overwhelming advantage in the center. And if he goes b5, I can take on d4 with the knight. And if he takes my knight on a4, I can play bishop takes a8, of course. Knight e8, I have to say, I've completely forgotten this existed, but I shouldn't be particularly unhappy about my situation here, I think. By playing c5, I'm securing my knight on a4, and now I can play e3 and start opening things up in the center. Because I'm so much better developed here, I think hopefully this is not a blunder. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a blunder. This, on the other hand, is a mistake. This configuration with the knight on e8, I think, let down my opponent a little bit, because it's not every day that your queen on d8 is unprotected, which allowed this little tactic. This little move is actually, I want to play knight b6 and then I want to pick up on a5. If he goes rook a7 or rook a6, it probably is going to get stuck there forever. So in his shoes, I would probably actually give up a second pawn here. Yeah, that I think is correct from a practical standpoint. The position is still objectively very, very bad, of course, but I think it presents you with better chances to do something than the position with the rook stuck on the a file. I don't think I can keep comfortably keep both of my extra pawns here, but if he takes on c5 with the queen, I will should have taken with the queen. This actually lets me win more material. But if he takes with the queen, I get an endgame where I'm quite comfortably winning, because well, close to winning anyway, because I have a healthy extra pawn for not very much. I'm also quite comfortably winning here. I have two pieces and a pawn for a rook. Whatever activity black has here is very superfluous, and I mean, he will get one check at one point, but apart from that, it's not going to be very much. And if he goes to b4, I think I will just switch to giving mate, which comes more naturally to me anyway. A slightly smoother game here, but still not playing as well as I would have liked. French for the win, so I should not play 1e4. Just joking. Against somebody with this nickname, I must play 1e4 and lose, I guess. What am I supposed to do here? I think it starts with bishop b2. And after queen b6, I think I'm supposed to castle and play it very, very slowly. I think Alexander Grishuk in some of these positions, I think this is way too early to take on d4 for black, to be honest. Although I may be wrong on that subject, because I might be losing the d4 pawn, but I don't think I am. I've seen Alexander Grishuk make really, really strange waiting moves in positions of this type, like king h1 or g3, h4, and just giving black lots and lots of time, because black doesn't really have that much in a way of constructive ideas either. I think you should go queen d8. Bishop b4 would be a mistake strategically. You don't want to trade those bishops off, because it makes me, I will be much, much faster at gaining, well, almost decisive control over the c5 square. He has to play queen a5 before queen somewhere now, and I land my knight on c5, which I think is a huge big deal in these structures. Here knight c5 runs into knight takes d4, so I shouldn't be blundering a pawn. Generally, it's a good idea not to blunder your pawns. Here I probably should calculate, because knight c5 might be possible. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, rook takes c5, knight f5, ef doesn't seem to be working. If I go queen d2 first, he cannot take on d4 straight away because he has 8th rank issues, but he can castle. Which will be not immediately easy to meet. And that was not very well phrased. Maybe I don't have as much as I thought originally here. I thought I should be doing very, very well here, but that may have been an overstatement. I forgot about queen e7, to be honest. Queen e7 is a good move. Maybe I should do this. This probably forces him to play b6, and then I can even bother him with bishop a6, perhaps win the fight for the c file straight away. Or it might force him to concede the c5 square to me, which is also an achievement, obviously. Castles knight c5 b6 is probably his best bet, but it's not pretty. There are some famous games where black got completely tied up in these types of structures and ended up losing with sort of no moves being available to him, but I think he should be able to avoid that here. I may have been slightly... I missed knight b8 when I was going for this. If he sees knight b8 here, he will be kind of okay. I'm still somewhat better, but not by a lot. Rook c7 I think is much weaker, because now he will be forced into some very awkward positions. I go rook c3, and then I'm just in time to double along the c-file and gain complete control over the c-file, and this is now strategically almost winning, I think, unless I'm missing some important tactics. He has knight d4, rook c3, queen takes c5, but that is, you know, it's a decent practical shot, but I don't think it should be enough. But if he just allows rook fc1, his position is really, really unpleasant. That's putting it mildly. I think objectively it should be close to lost. Because there is no counterplay with the bishop on a6, the rook on f8 will never get to the c8 square unless I misplay it. Unless I misplay it really badly. And yeah. I should flick in g3 at some point to control all the knight jumps, stop knight g6, knight h4 as a possible source of counterplay. But with the knights on e7 and f5, sort of fighting for the one good f5 square, and me already ready to enter his position by c7, yeah, this is very, very bad for black. We're almost an hour in, which is a hopeful sign, because I still seem to be half alive. As I said, if I allow knight fh4, I might actually, you know, he might get some counterplay, which is not something I want to allow at all. So I'll control his jumps for now, and queen c7 may have been slightly more precise. Actually, I don't know why I played queen c6. My idea was to do this, but he could have played queen d6 on the previous move, which I think was slightly better. Now I missed knight f8. I'm not doing this particularly well. But my opponent is also, I think, although yeah, this was potentially a bit of a misplay. Maybe not even potentially. I should have paid more attention to what was going on the board instead of talking. Knight d6 just wins the piece here. I just got, that's a huge amnesty, so to speak. Huge, huge amnesty for me. I did not really deserve to get out of this alive. I got slightly, well, not slightly, I got hugely complacent there because my position was so good. And I should have gotten severely punished for it. Bishop c8, queen d8, I don't actually win the f5 knight. Maybe I should play queen c8 instead. Yeah, this looks promising for him, but in fact, I have this bishop c8 shot, which should settle things. Yeah, I will, I think, get away with it in this game, but at some point I lost the plot completely. I made a number of moves there, starting from queen c6. Just play queen c7 here, or maybe even arguably here. These decisions were very, very difficult to understand. After rook e8, I can probably play something like bishop c8, which looks very strong. I can also continue playing queen c7 at almost every turn here. And yeah, after queen d8, once again, take on d8, go rook c7. Endgame is hugely better, maybe winning for you. After queen a7, rook e7, bishop b7, knight d6 just picks up a full piece here. Yeah, a bit of a lapse in concentration if I want to be generous to myself. I already played one Sicilian, so let's play something else. Let's play the modern. Very liable to get completely and, you know, utterly mated here, but that's the price of doing business, so to speak. My plan was to go h6 and g5, but I'm kind of rethinking it because I think I might be completely lost after that. Maybe it was a bit too ambitious. Well, let's start by doing this. Might be a slightly better version of the same. Because at least I get to put my f6 knight on e5, not the... I mean, I didn't want to leave it stranded on g8 is what my point is. I want to play knight g4 and have two knights controlling the e5 square, not one. It's still not a, you know, quote-unquote correct way to play, of course, but what you get is a very sharp position where you are obviously in a lot of trouble, but it's sharp and interesting. Not sure about this move though. I can play knight f2. Play knight f2 wins some material, but I don't want to. Now I actually am, I think, objectively doing quite well, because if I want to, I can recapture on h2 at any point and play a position where I'm not even down any material, but I don't think I will be doing that. I think I should play against his king. I'm not sure why I started with b4 and not queen a5. Some kind of a mental war, I think. This move I don't like very much. I think he's headed in the wrong direction there. Although the position still remains very unclear, of course. Knight c1 maybe. Yeah, I was a bit too harsh about my opponent's plans here. He's doing quite well. And once again, we come back to the question of why did I play b4 as early as I did? question I have no answer for. I think bishop c4 is the correct reply here, although rook h2 and queen h5 might also be very, very playable for him. And by very, very playable, I mean quite strong. This is very ugly, but what I want to do here is to play f6 and castle long. And if I'm in time to do that, my position will... I no longer have any attack on the queen side, quite obviously, but at least I will not get mated. Which is a bit of a consideration. Should have started with knight e5. Once again, I'm playing a little bit too fast here. I should actually maybe pay attention to what's going on slightly more. It's never a bad idea. I think b3 is the correct response to this. He should not be giving me any kind of active squares. Well played. Okay, I've changed my mind. No bishop exchange for you. I wonder if I'm getting mated if he takes on e7. I don't think so. I think it's only one check, actually. I don't see any mate here. Maybe more than one check after queen f8. Let's actually look at this for a second. I thought queen f8 wasn't really creating too many threats, but now I realize I don't have a comfortable way of dealing with this. Because queen c7 I get mated into queen a8 and queen takes a6. So maybe what I should be doing is I should throw in these two moves and play queen c7 now. This is very far from comfortable. Check, king a5, I do seem to escape, but something like rook b7, I really don't know if, I might be losing here. So, had my opponent not lost on time here, the position would have been, I think, quite unclear. I might have to play queen a7, but this is such an ugly move. And, I mean, I have no play of my own. Something like queen takes d6 is potentially crushingly thrown. So, once again, not a particularly clean game by any means. I haven't played knight f3 yet, so let's try that. The delayed Sokolsky. I don't know what I'm doing. The thing is, one of the better replies to Sokolsky is actually to play b4, e5, and then to take on b4. So here I'm kind of protecting against that. But e5 was still a very viable, very viable possibility for black in reply. And now what we get is a position which Armenian players in the early and mid-90s were doing quite regularly, and it actually does make quite a lot of sense, because compared to the normal double fianchetto, white gains additional space on the queen side already. So you're playing like a normal position with maybe half a tempo extra. Not sure why I'm allowing e4, but shouldn't be a huge deal. So, for instance, here I already started some kind of a play against black's queen side, where normally my pawn would be on b3 and I would have to waste time, and I wouldn't even get this kind of play every single time. Black's position is still very playable, but as a setup, this is not entirely without merit. I'm not sure about d3. Maybe a bit too slow. I'm also not sure if I needed to play b5 this early, because this does give black a very useful c5 square for his pieces. Had I started with d3, I think it would have been harder for black to find things to do. And here, as mentioned, knight c5 is a very, very decent idea. You can play d4, but the resulting structure, I think, would have any decent King's Indian player licking his lips. I mean, it's perfect for black. Knight d2 also looks a bit fake, but I think it's stronger. Knight d2 maybe with the idea of knight b3 to challenge this knight on c5. But black is doing quite well, objectively. No real issues. I would have played knight e6. I don't think this knight on b3 was particularly nice, and trading it off for a very useful piece is not great. We'll continue gaining space on the queen side because it seems like this is where most of my play is likely to be found. Black should actually play h5, h4 in these types of positions. It's a very useful little idea, and I don't really like a5 because it makes my options on the queen side much more clear cut. I want to play bishop a3, follow it up by rook a b1, take on c6, play queen b6. These are my next moves in some order. And if I do manage to get all of these things in and trade the queens off, the resulting endgames will be quite seriously better for white. And yeah, these structures are very, very unpleasant for black. I could maybe even play e4 first. I should probably start with e4, to be honest. Lock the bishop on g7 in completely. But I'm, first and foremost, I'm playing a little bit too fast today. I should slow down. And secondly, I'm kind of trying to demonstrate a principle. The thing is, though, winning this, now that he takes on b5, he goes knight c5, and I'm stuck with this, well, stuck is maybe strong, yeah, but I'm left with this knight on g5, which dominates the position completely, but I still need to win the game somehow. I'm actually considering if I should take with the a pawn. I'm not sure. And now, if he starts running with the a pawn, first and foremost, it's almost impossible for him to do that. But even if he does, it will just get picked up. And what I'm hoping to do is to somehow open up the king side and win, so to speak. I know it sounds simplistic, but that's the plan. But how do I go about that? Is a whole different question. This probably wasn't particularly well played by me either. Should probably have taken with the c pawn, because then at least I wouldn't have to watch over the a pawn in every single position. But I was curious about this structure. It cost me, but you know, curiosity must be sated somehow. I win some material here, but the position actually remains somewhat unclear. Now, this is sadly a blunder which will make my life considerably easier. Had he given up just the pawn on f5, which is something he should have done, the position would still be quite difficult to convert, I feel. But this now is very, very easily winning, of course. Yeah, I should have paid slightly more attention somewhere around here, because you know, this structure is very, very bad for black, but it's still, you know, there's no call for being as careless as I was. Maybe just starting with queen b5 here, taking on f6, and playing c takes b5 was quite strong, although here he has e4. If not for e4, this would be, let's say, if you make some kind of an indifferent move by black and then you allow rook c1, rook c6, this is horrible. Really horrible for black, but e4 creates counterplay. Anyway, let's not dwell too much on this. I'm guessing a lot of whites today. Somehow the randomizer seems to be somewhat favoring white. Did not really enjoy my experience in the advanced range, so I'll switch to this. Is this where they play h4 or not? There are some positions where they play h4, but I don't think this is one of them. This is not my favorite structure in the world, I have to say. I've done all this sort of without comment because first and foremost, I don't feel particularly qualified to comment on it, and secondly, it is being done sort of by both myself and my opponent, very, very automatically. I may have had to pay more attention to stopping this because is this very good for him or not? I'm not sure. Let's see if he wants this pawn. I'm not sure this is actually that great for black to accept this pawn sacrifice, but not a huge expert, I have to say. I mean, every time I end up having to play this kind of structures, I feel completely lost. Lost it not in a sense that... okay. Lost not in the sense that my position is bad, but lost in a sense that I really don't know what I'm doing. And I did, of course, blunder the d4 pawn, but it may not have been as bad as it could have been for me. Or maybe it was, yeah. It had a point, but that point is gone now. Bishop c6 should just be kind of winning for black. I don't think I'm ever in time to create anything serious on the queen side here, although I will try. There's still some play left because black is a little bit tied up here, generally trying to unpin his pieces. Actually, bishop c6 I could have taken on c4, which is something I did not spot right away, but my opponent seemingly did. Well played by him once again. I can't afford to trade queens, and I couldn't play queen a2 because of knight c3, so I have to play queen c1. But yeah, there are, let's put it mildly, there are issues with my position here. The main one being I'm 2 pawns down for really not very much. Yeah, and this setup is extremely annoying because I don't really see how I can shift it. These pieces are not really going very far, but they're also really, really restricting my options. If I take on c4 here, he will take on d4, regrettably. Otherwise, it would have been an interesting tactical idea, which may have given me some hope, I think. But I'm not sure. And this allows queen c3. Okay. That makes more sense. Frankly, I don't really see where my counterplay is coming from here, to be honest. It seems like this should be completely lost, to be frank. My pieces don't really have any kind of freedom of movement whatsoever. People playing the French. It should not be allowed. Rook takes d4 wins kind of on the spot. There's really nothing wrong with b takes c6 either, but I feel I absolutely need to, create some uncertainty. Not much of uncertainty, obviously, but some uncertainty here. Yeah, this is not very good. Once again, a game completely ruined by a blunder here. If I play something normal after queen a5, something like, let's say, queen c1, and then proceed as planned, bishop g2 with 4 or 5, all the typical ideas. The game is, very complicated, but a4 has, perfect positional justification because you don't want to allow this kind of blockade. Black wants to play knight a4 followed up by a6, knight a7, knight b5, put a lot of pressure on my queen side. If I get a4 in and I either commit black taking on a4 or just if it survives, I get more space, I rob black of some of his squares. And yeah, I mean, it's a sensible positional move, but sadly it also blunders the central pawn, which seems to be a recurring theme once again. And yeah, from that moment on, I think it may have been difficult to do very much. Maybe I had an immediate tactical shot of some sort here, but I doubt it. Maybe knight takes c4, actually. Now that I think about it, something like this may have been a bit of a challenge, at least compared to the game, but not what I played. Getting totally destroyed today, which is no less than I deserve. And white again. I probably should stay away from 1e4. Should probably stay away from 1e4 and stick to the trump and things of that nature. Not that there's something wrong with the trump. The trump is a perfectly respectable opening, of course. And it's also an opening I know very, very little about. Not sure this is correct, to be honest. I think this may be a bit too passive, but why not? Don't know if I want to play c4, but I'm being given this extended invitation by my opponent to play c4, and I think I will finally accept. After queen b6, I may have to play d3, which is a touch awkward, but not hugely so, I think. Seems like a reasonable Slav from my opponent here. He probably will be taking on d5 with the c pawn, so I should, if I ever want to play c takes d5, I should wait for knight d7, because now if I take on d5 and he takes with the c pawn, his knight will not come to c6. But that's a consideration for the future. For now, I will continue developing quietly, wait for him to commit to some kind of a plan. This definitely, I mean, unless I blundered something once again, you should not be taking on d3. The bishop should always stay on g6. And continue asking this question of white, whether you want to take on g6, improving black structure, or if you want to sort of leave with the constant pressure of having to watch over this diagonal. Now my play becomes much, much easier, because the black king really has no comfortable future on either side. Knight takes e4, knight b6 was also probably a move. I mean, knight e4 is the most natural move in the world, but I saw knight b6 and I thought maybe I should try and prevent this altogether. What I want to do is open up the center as early as possible. Castling queenside is almost always impossible because of the rook on c1, and if he castles kingside, I want to sort of start working on destroying his pawn structure as early as possible. Should try rehydrating. Maybe that will improve my thinking processes. This actually allows queenside castle. Yeah, I thought queen c4 check was winning, but it's not. Therefore, this was once again way too fast when something like takes c6 was probably incredibly strong. Becoming quite badly annoyed at myself, to be honest, as time goes on. I should still be somewhat better here, but you know, the question of whether I'm better or not should not really be on the agenda at all. I should be close to winning instead. I think it benefits more than my opponent to keep this structure for as long as possible, because I don't want to take on e6, making his rook on d8 active, and I don't really want to. As I said, basically, I wanted to keep that the exact structure we had on the board. I wanted to keep it going for as long as possible, and knight e6 he should have gone rook d8. Now I think I'm winning material. Something should win here. I mean, there is knight takes c7, but it's boring. Might have to do it though. Might have to do it though. It's always regrettable when you don't find mate and you go for a material grab, but yeah. Here I think first and foremost d takes e6 probably forces black to take with the queen, because if he takes with the pawn, 95 wins on the spot, so he takes with the queen, and I can play. I mean, rook c1 gives me an almost winning endgame, and I can also try playing something like, I don't know, queen d somewhere, queen d1 with the idea of bishop c1, rook e1, which probably also wins more or less. So rook cd1 made in 3 seconds is a very regrettable move. I should really try and pay attention to what I'm doing. Let's see. More white games. How do I get black games? And it's actually my move. My mental state currently can be illustrated, I think, quite well by the fact that I was trying to figure out why the game is not starting when I'm white, and I should actually maybe try making a move and seeing what happens. The game is still not starting, but that really doesn't make my point any less valid. Nope. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, taste you lose, or you'll taste your lose. No, shouldn't be playing people who call themselves that. It's like people who spell the verb lose with two O's. To lose, you know, they spell it with two O's. Those people trigger me quite hard. More Kings Indians. What joy. If he goes for the Benko again, I promise to try and not blunder the e4 pawn. This is a more normal way of development here, and White can try and place his knight not on e2 but on f3, but it's arguable where the knight is better positioned actually. And, I went with this. I'm not sure if this is better or worse, to be honest. Not allowing b5. If he goes knight e5, there's actually a question, because I think in many cases I can just give him this bishop, unless knight takes e4 is a thing, which it could very well be. Now that I think about it, knight e4 followed by queen e7, very well be a thing here. Yeah. I'm playing way too fast here. Should stop. This I think is slightly over ambitious, but it's also quite good. There was nothing wrong with bishop e4 and queen e7, but this this is an interesting choice by my opponent. I quite like it actually. I think it's quite good. Which rook? The eternal question. I think it has to be this rook. Because the other one I want to develop by a3. I think it has more future on a3. Well, has no real future anywhere, but if it does have any future at all, it's probably on the queen side. And I want to play b4 to at least create some counterplay here. And obviously I will be trading the bishops given the first opportunity, because it makes my life a lot simpler if they're gone. Still a very unclear position, of course. But I think the worst is kind of, objectively the worst has to be behind me. This is a practical decision. I'm not sure I needed to do this, but it was a monstrous bishop and I didn't really want to play against it forever. And also my king is safer here, so if anyone is better, it has to be white, but it has to, I mean, objectively it has to be very close to equality here. But if I'm in time to play something like king h2 and rook e6, black's position will start looking dodgy, I think. Yeah, something like this is very far from fun for black, because he has plenty of weaknesses here I can play against, and almost no counterplay. I should probably win this pawn. I think it's good. And if he doesn't want to take it, then as mentioned, with the king on h2, I mean, there's really very little in the way of counterplay that he has here. e6 followed by rook e7 is a plan which is surprisingly difficult to stop, or maybe not even that surprisingly, to be honest. Rook e7 should win on the spot here, right? Rook g7 maybe, but queen c7 would blunder, queen takes f4. This is something I shouldn't do. Queen e4, he will take on d6. Hang on, I can do this, right? Took me a while, but I did work it out. Okay. Apart from a very hasty f4, which was a mistake, I'm pretty sure. That was, from that moment on, I actually managed to get some kind of a grip on myself. I should play something like maybe even bishop c2, because if he goes knight c4, I can play bishop c1, and then this will start getting driven back. I mean, it's a minor inconvenience. Finally black. Diego Jimenez Vivanco. Hello, Diego. Haven't done this in a while. Haven't really done this ever, to be honest. It's an opening like any other. Why not? Should probably have played knight b6 instead of this. This is not a very precise move. Queen f3 would be annoying here if he plays queen f3. Because if I'm forced to play e6, I'm locking myself in a little bit. This is less of an issue. At least I can get the bishop out. I got coffee in the meantime. I'm not holding out too much hope it will improve the quality of my play, but at least I will have coffee. It has value in itself. Very comfortable position for black, but very hard to do something. White is very, very solid, obviously. No weaknesses. Should probably play a5. Make sure white doesn't gain more space on the queen side for now. Looks like your typical Kara. Not much is happening, and everybody's happy. I want to play rook a g8 and sort of reevaluate from there. I would play knight c5, but I don't want to give extinguish control over the e5 square for now, because I don't want to give him an easy way to exchange off the bishop on g6. But that probably is not really a huge consideration. Not sure what this is about, why he's so happy with this trade. I'm actually reasonably happy with this trade myself, so I'll give him that. Continue along my stated plan. Now I also have some ideas of, let's say, playing knight f4 somewhere, although what that gives me is unclear. Unfortunately, just goes queen e3. I don't really achieve very much by doing that. I can win this bishop, but I can only do it by quite seriously improving his pawn structure. I can play knight b6 here, more or less forcing him to play b3, but b3 is a good move. I don't know if it's such a great idea to make him do it. Almost blundered the piece. My idea was to play knight f4 and after queen e3 to take on a4 and play b5, which actually blunders the f4 knight, if you can see what I mean. The rook from a4 attacks the knight on f4 in the end. Really not sure what I should be doing here. b5 would be an interesting choice, but I don't think it actually works tactically because there's d4 there in the end. He takes twice, I go rook b8, he can play d4, supporting the bishop on b5 with the queen on e2, and if I go knight f4, there is queen c4, which is annoying. I think I have to do this. You can also play knight e5, but this I sort of welcome, because I think the only way things will start happening in this game is if I start sort of inviting activity from white, and he will try and mate me somehow. Already here, if he plays b3, I can play, for instance, f6. F6 queen takes a5 is a curious little tactic. I hadn't really expected that. I thought I can play I can play f6 profitably here, but after queen a5, my pieces start hanging, so I will take for now. Play b6. If I manage somehow to straighten out my structure by playing f6 and e5, I will be happy, but I don't think it will happen. This is quite sensibly played by my opponent. After a5, I have a bit of an unpleasant choice. He also has really no, as is demonstrated, he is in no hurry whatsoever to play a5. He can play a5 now, though, or queen d6, any move. Quite a decent position for white. The bishop on h7 is, I mean, I like bishops, but it's not doing very much. I want it on f7, but I wonder if I can spend 4 technique here, transferring this bishop from one square to the other. The answer is probably not. d5, queen a5 feels awkward. This I was less worried about, because I think I should have enough counterplay against the c2 pawn here. Or maybe not, I don't know. I may have misevaluated all of this, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me a great deal. Has to play rook c3 now, otherwise he loses material. The issue remains the same, though. I mean, my position is solid, but the bishop on h7 is far from where all the action is. I would have taken on c5 with the rook, and he chose not the queen as he did. I think he's trying to make a draw in a position which wasn't even remotely worse for him, so that was unnecessary. But he should by rights make a draw here. He's not really even worse objectively. Knight e2, king f2, it would be very, very hard for me to create. I mean, rook c4 was slightly uncomfortable actually. Here he might lose the central pawn if he's not careful. And then I will of course play on. Bishop g6, probably. I couldn't take on d4 straight away because I was getting mated along the back rank, but if he goes rook a4 now, I might have some tactical ideas. This could be quite strong actually, because I want to go either rook b2 or rook b1. Both of those two moves will be very, very threatening. Yeah, I forgot about rook b4 though. As I was saying all those things, I realized that rook b4 actually very, very convincingly blocks off my ideas. Bishop d3 first was much stronger. Now it's not really a problem for white at all, if we are entirely honest, but I will play on for a little bit because I feel like there's still some things we could try and demonstrate here, but maybe not. This knight on g3 is slightly awkward. This is the only thing I'm basing my not offering a draw on. The fact that this knight on g3 doesn't really have too many good squares, and by playing h5 check, my opponent is only making this problem worse. This was, I think, a little bit panicky, and now I am suddenly completely winning. Very quiet game, which was somewhat spoiled in mutual time troubles. Somewhere around here, it should be completely equal if he just goes knight e2 straight away. But after rook c4, rook d8, knight e2, rook d2, it became slightly awkward. And if in this position I play bishop d3 first, I think some questions actually need to be answered by my opponent, because if he goes along the c file somewhere, rook b8 creates this threat of rook b2. And if he goes rook b4, then after rook c8, he doesn't have rook c4 back. So after bishop d3, I would be quite justified in continuing. But after rook b8, rook b4, of course, problems are virtually non-existent. And the fact that I managed to win that game is, well, mistakes were made, what can I say? Finally getting blacks on a regular basis. Against somebody rated 2743, I think I should stick to openings I know. I've been playing knight f6 against g3 recently more than anything else. I'm not sure what knight c3 is though. I think generally people play g3 there. This is also of course perfectly playable, but I was planning to take on d4 and go bishop g4, which is no longer possible now, but okay, I will develop it to f5 and pretend this was the plan all along. Not sure what I should be doing here. This is very, very risky strategically, might actually cause me no end of harm. If I go bishop g6, f4 is just very, very strong here. I think I managed to misplay this quite badly already. But the rest looks even worse, to be honest. I think if I play bishop g6, he goes f4, I will play h6, bishop h7. But at least I managed to force him to commit to some opening on the king side. And from that moment on, I will have definite counterplay against his king side position. And this looks a bit slow to me. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. I think, objectively transferring the knight from c3 to f4 makes a lot of sense. But, once again, if in these structures I managed to force him to play f3, this is a huge achievement for me. Shouldn't be possible normally to make him make that move. He's still doing quite well, of course, but that's a bit vague because I want to play knight c4, of course, but after b3 I'll have to look for a new home for this piece. But I might no longer relevant, so I'll stop myself. He wants to play b3 now, which is also quite sensible actually. I wanted to play queen c7, but I'm lacking the tempo. I needed the pawn already on a6 here, which is something I don't actually have. Okay. I will admit, I'm less sure about that though. I think he's allowing me way too much freedom here. Very surprised he didn't start with b3. I think you always drive this knight away first. This was played once again. I should really slow down because this doesn't win any material. It's a completely empty shot. Just rook g1 and I don't have any threats. I might play g5 though. I might find some threats now that I've committed to this idea. g5 still doesn't do anything, sadly. g5 he just takes, and I don't think I have any tactical justification for it, much as I would like to find one. Sad. He will finally play b3 now, so I kind of forced him to come to his senses. But on the other hand, in the meantime, I managed to restructure my pieces in a very decent way as well, and now I have some counterplay on the king side. I need to start playing faster though. Well, I forgot this was possible at all. I'm sort of okay still, but yeah, this was unnecessary. Sorry about that. Yeah, curious position, and I think objectively after bishop g6, he really needs to go for this. It does weaken his kingside structure quite a bit. I will put the bishop on d6, play rook e8, and I will have some counterplay against his king, but this bishop on h7 is dead and buried for the foreseeable. So I think this is much more critical. And already here, my position is fine, and play is quite unclear. Let's continue playing high-rated people while I'm still semi-alive. A strange grimace you may have just seen was me rejecting an offer of food, which is not something you will see every day. But I don't think this stream will be much improved by you watching me eat. I think that has to be avoided at all costs. This opponent does not seem to be there, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Let's see if this one starts. As the challenge progresses, I will at some point. I think Jan, who is an old hand at these things, he told me that I will feel the most dead between hours 3 and 4. And I think when this feeling comes, I will start playing somewhat lower rated people, and I will start playing completely experimental openings to make this feel more alive. But for now, let's try and play stronger players, if at all possible, to provide some content in that way. But seems like I started so badly in this Banterthon that people have just completely given up on this whole idea of playing me. I can't blame them. I'll look for some people who are still around. Bird opening. So please tell me there is still somebody alive out there who is prepared to play me. Otherwise, it will be even more miserable than I thought at my darker moments, or in my darker moments even. Come on, Andre. Nope. Alright. Not sure what I should do about this. There are no new challenges apparently, and the old ones, none of them seem to actually be active challenges. Or maybe my opponent was so insulted by the bird opening that he decided to just not show up. It's just a Dutch with reverse colors. There's nothing particularly insulting about the bird. Well, this bird anyway, not the bird you can flip. It's not even 2 hours in and I'm already reduced to pointless puns. The night is dark and full of terrors. I think I'm supposed to play rook f2 here. Or maybe knight a3? Not that I really know what I'm doing here, but this is guesswork based on the positions from the Dutch I looked at when I was preparing for the Hunter candidates, when I actually played the Dutch very seriously for a few games. There's decent results as well, especially considering the positions I got out of the opening. I lost a game to Shahriar Mamedjarov where I was much better close to winning after 10 moves. Can I win material here? Maybe not yet, but probably not yet, but I will go for it anyway. I like winning material. Who doesn't like winning material? Yeah, this is just an extra pawn. Should be good for white. Therefore, especially if I can bring this knight from a3 to some decent squares, which is what I will start by. Now that it's on d4, I feel much happier about my situation. Blocking the g-file, controlling a lot of squares, supporting my potential attack on the king side. Could have played f5 straight away, but there's really no hurry. I was sort of somewhat worried about rook d5, but I think I should be able to deal with this somehow. And now with the queen locked in on h3, this has to be quite easily winning. g5. Not a... It's actually still possible to blunder some counterplay. If I take on b7, he goes rook d8 on b2. And game sort of continues. Let's make an example out of this. Kicking my children under the table is also something I apparently do a lot. Now this bishop on h6 can basically be removed from the board because it's not coming back. Yeah, this is a very picturesque position. I'm very happy with this decision because black has his bishop on f8, which will forever be shuttling between f8 and h6 and will never get out from behind this wall. Sometimes you don't need to give mate. Okay. Let's do this. I've been playing knight f6, bishop d6 almost exclusively against 1b3, but this is also fine. Probably the plan is to play f4 at some point, I guess. Maybe I should be the one starting things here. Could just completely ignore me though, like knight bg2 is fine. If he goes e4, then I've gained something compared to, normal reverse kings endgame. Not sure where my pieces belong here. Also, I'm not sure if knight c3 is a move. I mean, it's definitely a move. I don't know if it's a good move, is what I want to say. I'll wait on that decision for now. G4 might be a sensible move here. It's not. Yeah, after knight f3, I'm sort of committed to it, I think. But of course, it's less strong when he is not obliged to give up his dark square bishop. I would have taken on e8. I think he benefits more than I do by trading a pair of rooks and not letting me connect my rooks here. And blundering the h3 pawn, of course, was unnecessary. Now I'm doing terrifically well, obviously, because, healthy extra pawn, quite, solid structure, control over the e file, more or less completely winning objectively. MVL, meanwhile, has already won his game in the French Club Championship. I don't know why I'm talking about this, but I had his game open on my other machine, and I can now see that the game has finished in MVL's victory. I will be playing him later this year in a match in BLBN, so he's been somewhat on my mind, but not to any kind of alarming degree. Knight e5 queen b7 is probably very good, but do I need it? I don't think I need it. I can just shuffle the knight back to d5 and stop knight f4 altogether and sort of continue in a technical fashion. Which is, of course, a lot more boring, but also maybe slightly more sensible. I wonder if my opponent is trying to make knight f4 work, but it won't. He really should play rook, whichever rook c, or rook e2. Some kind of move like that. Well, this is now kind of tempting. I want to switch to giving mate. Because now his queen is locked in on the queen side, and I can switch to, brute force ideas of just giving mate on the king side. Always my sort of first port of call. Nope, not a draw. And I was actually winning even if he doesn't blunder the rook here, because after queen takes e6 he has to give up the bishop on g7, because if it goes somewhere I give mate in 2. So it wasn't that I was trying to flag him, I was actually trying to give mate to win material. So stringing some half decent games together, but also feel like probably should take some more painkillers if I'm to last the entire 5 hours. What haven't I played yet? Okay. makes me sad. Why wouldn't people give me an opportunity to play the Alekhine? Let's continue with the funky then. It was not my intention to play a normal opening in this game, so I will stick with the original plan. These positions are actually very, very unclear. I played them in some Blitz games against decent opposition. I'm not really taking the Mickey, you know. I am to a degree, of course, but not to a very disrespectful degree here. This is a playable line for black. It's not completely ridiculous. Shouldn't be mathematically correct, so to speak, but does not lose. I'm wondering why I'm being given this pawn. Maybe he wants to go knight e4, knight g3 and lock my rook in? Confusing. Let's continue developing, since I don't really understand what's happening. Not sure about this move, but I think it presents him with the biggest amounts of decisions to make. Might not be the best move in the position, but it kind of depends on whether he is forced to play rook b1 here or not. Because if he can play bishop f4 and rook a1, he is maybe winning. But if he's forced to do this, and I have another tempo on, to spend on some normal move here, I should be okay, I think. Bishop g4 is one opportunity. Another one is to play bishop queen g6 here. Let's go with this, because now endgames are fine for me, unless I'm blundering something, which I could be here. This knight b5 is very, very annoying now, potentially. This I was less worried about, because I thought I can play c6, and the knight will actually extricate itself. Because I can play bishop g7 here, and the knight gets out via g4. This I had actually seen when I was choosing queen g6. This was very, very important, because if the knight gets locked in on c2, of course, I just lose. But if it gets out, then my position is, in fact, very, very nice. I have the two bishops against bishop and knight. I have the better structure. And yeah, absolutely no cause for concern here. Very pleasant position to be playing. Not sure I needed to play f5, but no real reason not to. And if I force him to play f4, not my bishop on d5 sort of towers over the position completely, and yeah, hugely better endgame for me. After knight f3, I'm still not winning. I was kind of hoping I'd be almost completely winning here. And after gh4, okay, this I also misevaluated. Very sad. Just very, very sad. Really not been playing well today. I'm probably still better, especially after rook ag1. I think rook ag1 was... Maybe not. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, I'm no longer doing as well as I was, and I'm also in severe time pressure here. Doing quite well again, but this game will of course be decided by the clock and not in my favor. Yeah, two draw offers which were I actually missed his. I would have accepted, but yeah, interesting game which somewhere around here I should have been slightly more patient. Play something like maybe slightly more precise around here. I didn't really need to play h5, h4 as early as this. Yeah, I guess I'm almost completely winning if I go king d7 and after rook g1 I go rook hg8, ag8, and I actually freeze the knight on g3 because it will never be able to leave the opponent to falls. Had I done that, I think my position is overwhelming. But once he gets this setup going, it's much harder to win. And yeah, later it became a bit of a well, a blitz game, which I lost because I'm too old to slow. Not the too old to slow, but nonetheless. Captain Pocket Bear, are you there? And I'm starting to rhyme things, which is severely alarming, I would say. But I guess he's not there anyway, so it has to be aborted. A 4+2 challenge, which might allow me not to lose on time. Let's stick with the Rostalimo. I don't really know much about the modern trends in the Sveshnikov and or Kalashnikov and the rest of them. Should have played d3 actually. This is already somewhat inaccurate. f6. Black is now very, very comfortable, I feel. d3 knight e7, knight h4 at least aims to prevent this kind of a setup. It will be much harder here. Yeah, this is correct. You should wait for me to play knight a3 and take on e5 only then. I think that's the normal procedure here. Takes on e5 now. I think I would have taken because why give me the additional opportunity to bring the knight over to e5? Not that I have, anything in particular here anyway. Bishop f6, queen c7, d6. Black is still doing perfectly fine. Structurally, I'm slightly better because of the bishop on c8, but it does get out. So, and I probably shouldn't have developed my knight to b2. And I'm using the word develop there with a healthy dose of skepticism and irony of all of these things. I'm not sure why not e5 immediately, but it doesn't spoil anything, of course. Very, very healthy position for black. Also a reasonably healthy position for white, of course, because you don't really want to change the structure in any way if you're black here. You don't want to play d5 because it creates targets for white to attack. You don't really want to play bishop a6 takes c4 normally, because that also makes white's life simpler. Maybe not, improves it greatly, but it makes the game much simpler. Or maybe just actually playing bishop a6, taking on c4, playing a5, and then playing something like rook f6, rook a f8 is just perfectly fine for black, because white will never have... The king side is open enough, so that white will never have any time to play against, the potentially slightly weak pawn on a5. I want to bring it over to g3 so that, I drive away the queen from g6. I'm not sure if this was required or not, but feels like a half sensible thing to do, and it seems like my opponent agrees because he is trying to stop it by playing rook g5 if I go queen g3. Rook h5. I think I'm losing this, mini stretch of the game. I'm still fine, but I'm not sure where my pieces are going. And protecting the pawn on h2 after rook h5 followed by, let's say, queen h6 will be a challenge. I mean, I can always play queen g1, but it's an incredibly ugly move to make. I think I need to go back. What am I supposed to do after rook g5 here? Is a question. I think I may have played myself into some serious difficulties here. I may have to try and bail out by play queen d2. Rook h2 wins a pawn now, but in an endgame I will definitely have some counterplay because, as I mentioned, my structure is the healthier of the two. If I can get a3 and b4 in, I will have some counterplay on the queen side. Need to make sure I'm not blundering anything on the king side still, but I don't think I am. Page 3 rook f2 looks a bit empty to me. I don't think this actually does anything for him. Okay. This is not ideal, but I still think that giving him an easy trade for the b4 pawn is also not good. I want to play d4 next. Maybe start by rook a1 and then play d4. Ask him some questions straight away. Now, this is a bit of a, it's something that I thought of myself, and should actually continue thinking about the game. I was about to go on a tangent, but the game still requires attention because rook f8 followed by g5 or rook f6 would be unpleasant. Not sure why he played rook g8 though. Now he has to go rook e8, and we have a fairly equal rook endgame in which I am okay, he can actually pass for now, but decided not to. Not very much is going on here, but I am ever so slightly better here actually, because I can play rook c4, rook c5 and start attacking his weaknesses. I think white is actually justified in continuing for a while here because his structure is somewhat better. Once again, the fabled pawn islands strike again. We have 2, he has 3, therefore our position is somewhat better. Now we can pick up some material. And the rook, I think, it belongs between c5 and g5. So this is why I made the move I made. Rook f1 here is a bit annoying. That was a bit of a mistake. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to win this. I think the easiest way is actually to play g3 and then just to play b5 and take with the king and start pushing the c pawn. Because once it crosses the fifth, I will be able to include the rook. And once the rook gets included, it's very easily winning. He should have at some point gone rook f2 and h4. It's way too late now, I think. Or at least it should be. Because I have rook g5. And this is very, very trivially winning now for me. But he should have done this earlier, but I'm still better. Obviously, once I win the a pawn. Yeah, this I should be able to convert. Isn't this 4+2? I thought it was 4+2. In 4+2 I'm very, very strong with an extra queen. Almost unbeatable, I would say. Let's try this ourselves. Reminds me of a story which led to Michael Adams never playing for his, I think that was, I don't want to get sued for slander, but I think that was Lübeck, where in a match which was one of the deciders of the Bundesliga season, the team chiefs decided to put him on the lineup, knowing full well he informed them way in advance that he will not be able to play that round. So he was put on a team sheet, and he was black against Vishy Anand on board 1. His game is not going to start. And both teams knew perfectly well that the game will not happen, which led to Vishy arriving at the board and playing 1b3. I think you can still find the game in a database, and you might be surprised at the game. But the story was everybody knew Mickey was somewhere else playing in a tournament, so we knew he would not show up. So Vishy decided to. This is his one chance to play 1b3 in a tournament game, so he grabbed it with both hands. Mickey was so unhappy at being fielded for that game, even though he informed them he was never going to be able to play, that he, I think, even wrote an open letter because he felt that people who didn't know would assume that he failed to show up despite. I'm not sure what's happening here. He failed to show up despite being contractually obliged to. So we transposed to some kind of a normal Sicilian with an extra tempo for me. Okay. Don't really object to that very strongly. And an extra tempo, just to explain, normally white, to get this position, white has to play bishop b5, and then black plays knight g4, and the bishop comes to c4 in 2 tempi, not 1. Here I brought it to c4 from f1, so it is a more or less a full tempo here. I think I need to play c3 here. Or maybe not. If I were black here, I would play not for b5, bishop b7, but for knight e7 and d5, just as my opponent has now decided to. And I want to preserve an option to ignore it altogether. I'll make one more waiting move, because if d5, I want to maybe even be able to play e5. And I don't really want to play f4, because then black will have knight f5, knight e3 as a source of potential counterplay. So it becomes a bit of a dance where both sides are content to improve their situation, you know, in small increments, and waiting for the other side to commit to some kind of a structure change. Finally, I think I can play e5 here. Although after queen c7, I may be forced to meet it with f4, so I will refrain from doing that. I've not been paying any attention to chat, because at some point I realized that having this window open on a different machine creates a huge echo, which is not ideal for people trying to watch this. But I will try and open it with the video paused and see if there was anything interesting going on in the chat. If I take on f5, I think he generally gets a decent position regardless of what I do. I mean, regardless of which pawn I take, which is why I will try not taking any for now. Okay, so people complaining their dog ate their internet cable in chat. I'm very happy I switched that on. Very smart dog by the sound of it. Understands you need to interact with the outside world. And we all know that, you know, as long as the internet cable is functioning properly, nobody's going to interact with the outside world. Because what outside world? Could get mated here, but I'm hoping I won't. Kind of important to log this bishop in, and also this frees up my d2 bishop, and this makes me feel a lot better about my position. I should have taken on d5 there. That was, I mean, bishop d5 was winning on the spot, and now I need to calculate again, which is not ideal. Really, really not ideal. Confused. Did not think this was legal. More or less any move here wins, I think. No, this one doesn't, but this one does. Yeah. My idea was that if he goes rook takes f5 here, I have bishop takes d5, which because of his back rank problems probably forces him to take on f3, and I can take on f7. But compared to the game, I only end up being a pawn up, not a piece up. I mean, I'm probably winning objectively, but it would require some technique. All right. So people, I do have now chat open. If you have any questions, requests, and so on and so forth. I might actually be able to see them in time and react to them in some way. People trying to play the Slav should not be allowed. I'm very well aware Transposer is good. I'm pretty sure I played him. I'm hoping I haven't played him today because that would be really stretching things a little bit too far. But I definitely played him in my own Banters. He is a very strong Blitz player. Let's go rook e1. Not that I know what I'm doing here, but I believe I tried looking at these positions before Moscow, but I work at whining.com. Please accept my challenge. Don't we all? We're all sort of self-employed at whining.com, at least at some points in our lives. Yeah, this is very normal. And this also, it looks outlandish a little bit, but it's a very standard way to proceed here. White tries to sort of give mate straight away and generally does not succeed. I'm not sure about knight g5 though. What do I think about Karakin's chances against Magnus? I think he's an underdog, but I think it will be reasonably close because he is a very resilient player and he will be extremely well prepared. There can be absolutely no doubt about that. You know, one thing we know about Sergei is that he takes chess very seriously. He gets, you know, he knows how to prepare to tournaments, generally speaking, and bishop c2 or bishop b1 both make sense. Because after bishop c2 he might have some shenanigans with knight takes d4 and rook takes c2. I think I will put it on b1. How much advantage do I think I give up by bantering during this? Quite a bit, but mainly my mouse skills have deteriorated hugely over the years. It's more, it's actually more the about just how hopeless I am when it comes to you know, clicking buttons very fast in mutual time trouble than it is about me having to talk while I play. In the golden years of ICC, when, you know, ICC was the only platform available before, you know, the arrival of Chess24 and the, you know, all the other platforms you can play Internet Blitz on these days. I was one of the better players there because I was, you know, reasonably fast and I could deal with the end games where you need to be lightning fast. I'm simply no longer fast enough for that. This is artificial. I should have. I wanted to play. Basically, I need c4 bishop b2 and d5, but I'm not in time here, which is very annoying. I think I might not be doing very well, actually, objectively. Knight a5, knight e5, bishop f6. This was a very good decision, d6 followed by rook h8. Well played by my opponent. Not that we're surprised by him playing well. Am I going to play in any tournament? Do you mean sort of at some point in my career? Then the answer is yes. In the immediate future, this is a very ugly move to make, but I think I need to because he wants to go knight e7, and I need for the pawn at c3 to not hang. Otherwise, I'm in even more trouble than I am here, and I am in quite a bit of trouble here. I wanted to go queen f3, but then I think he can take... I still need to play queen f3. I'm only using this move because bishop on b7 is hanging currently, otherwise it would be completely impossible. Seems like I might be able to stabilize by doing this. No, I was getting to that. I will play in a Blitz tournament in Kazakhstan in June. It'll be quite strong. Of the people that I know of, Bishop is playing, Nepomniachtchi is playing, Gelfand is playing. Will be a very strong Blitz tournament. I really, really want to play on Blitz 7. I really want to make this work somehow, so I will just play it and then we will think. Okay, so now we've committed to making this work, and let's try and do that. My idea was to play knight g4 here, but it might be too slow. It might be too slow. I might have to start with h5, but after h5 my issue is he can take on e5, and I will definitely have compensation, but I'm not sure I will win, which is unfortunate. So let's start with this and see if this works. After bishop e7, my plan will... No, this probably doesn't work. That was kind of the entire point of what I was doing, because if he goes bishop e7, I have this bishop h6 shot, which should be very, very strong. He probably has to take now and play something like rook f8. Or maybe take bishop h4 is possible. That would be annoying. If even after this I'm not winning, is very, very regrettable. So the Blitz tournament in Kazakhstan, then I will play this match against MVL and Bill. Oh no, king h8. No, this... I refuse to believe you can play chess like this. G8, I actually have a very beautiful finishing mating touch there. And after g5, I mean, something has to win. Bishop d5 is probably a very prosaic way to... Yeah, here I have knight f6 check. This was what I was hoping for. And, okay. My opponent will not allow me to give mate on board, but... Which is regrettable, but... Yeah, still. It was a bit of a punt, obviously. Bishop d8 is one move here which might be decent, and bishop takes h4. I finally decided on to do this anyway, because I thought maybe bishop f4 is strong here. But you get the feeling that something like, let's say, f5, bishop e5, check king h7 could quite easily fall for black. I don't know, queen h3, it's a huge mess, who knows what's going on. Alright. So, 2.5 hours in. I wouldn't say I don't feel the 2.5 hours in, but I'm still somewhat alive, as can be seen by the last number of games. Dutch. I haven't played the Dutch yet. Whoa. Staunton. I wish I remembered anything about the Staunton. What am I supposed to do here? I think I'm supposed to go d5. I think this is what I'm supposed to do. Maybe I was supposed to... Whoops, sorry. I was supposed to take with the pawn, not the... Yeah, this looks kind of dangerous. Probably a misplay crept in somewhere. Not very happy about my treatment of that position. I'm sure I looked at this at one time in my life, but I can't remember for the life of me. I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. And queen d6, bishop e6 is most assuredly not it. Although I do create a threat, as I realized sort of mid-sentence, I realize I create a threat of queen d4 check here. So he can't actually make a natural move like knight e2. He has to spend the tempo on something like queen d2 or maybe bishop b3, which makes my life slightly more tolerable. Maybe I will actually be in time to finish development. Lo and behold. Let's start by playing queen g6. Because I think after bishop e6 he might want to either play queen b3 straight away or maybe take stakes on queen b3. And here I take that square away. I'm not sure if that is actually as clever as I thought in the moment, but it's an idea. Drink a lot of water. It's a good advice to give to anyone in more or less any life situation. Some kind of fake disconnect going on there. Still don't really like my position very much, if I'm entirely honest with myself. Because these pieces on h8 and f8 don't really seem to have a lot of future. You know, a dream scenario for me here is that he decides to win the e4 pawn back by taking on f6 at some point. That would be tremendously good for me. I don't think it's very likely though. I mean, I'm probably still somewhat worse there, because I actually don't have an efficient way of dealing with the knight, which will get to e6. But at least my stuff comes out of the core. Yeah, I think this is correct. I think there's absolutely no call for him to develop my own pieces for me. I have e5 here as an option, but it probably doesn't work. I think I need to make another very, very ugly move here. And now I'm sort of wondering if knight g6 just wins. Because if I have to, I will absolutely have to play h takes g, because allowing bishop f4 and knight e5 is unthinkable. I have to try and justify doing this somehow. Otherwise my position is horrible. Not that it's not horrible here, it probably is very horrible here as well, but well, this I can live with. This I can actually live with. This is not all that bad. Especially if I solve my immediate coordination problems, because the queen on d4 is sticking out a little bit. And actually I'm not unhappy about this anyway. Because my e-pawn is a huge, huge problem for him here, I think. And the knight on g6 is so stuck that I have a feeling I could be doing extremely well here. Bishop f5 where? Did I blunder something direct? I didn't see it, but it could very well be true. Rook b2. No, but rook b2 I have a win. And here, I might have to go for something boring here. No, I don't have to. This is very nice. This is very nice. This is very pleasing. Not sure if I played all of these people already. It's becoming harder and harder to pick challenges. Okay, let's lose a game. No idea. Ah. It actually says who that is. Mr. Eregariga. I'm probably mispronouncing that quite badly. So let's see if I can remember something about the 3h5. That's kind of annoying because I don't actually remember much about that at all. I'm supposed to go knight a5 somewhere here, but where? Probably should have played it by now. Shouldn't allow, well, this. But still, I think we both are misplaying this to a degree, because black generally tries to play knight b6 early on to make me either play queen a5, which allows bishop h6. I will return to this for a second after the game. I think I can and should ignore this. f4, knight g4 is a bit annoying. Maybe I should. Not sure. Not entirely sure, but for now I think my best course of action is to ignore this altogether. Fabiano is, of course, the world's leading expert on this structure. But he generally actually puts the knight and the king on h1 and then just wins with a mating attack on the king side anyway. So by his standards, I already misplayed it quite badly, I think. These are very hard positions to play properly. I'm wondering if I should... I mean, if I go back, it's a bit sad, and if I go knight c6, I'm not sure I can justify this pawn sacrifice, so I'll go knight b3. But yeah, this has not been played correctly, but it's still a very interesting, very unclear position, which will be quite hard to play for both sides, I think. My idea was to wait for a5 and then make this restructuring to bring the knight to d4 and b5. But I can still play knight d4 here. Let's try this. Probably not, actually, because I missed rook e2 there. My idea is, of course, to play knight f5 if he takes. I will take on c4 and play knight f5. And it would be a very strong idea if not for rook e2. But even after rook e2, I have a feeling I could be doing quite well. And here... Can I still do that? I probably can, but should I? Knight f5, he will just play something like bishop f8 or bishop h8. Okay. That was a concession. I'm very unhappy about this. That was me deciding that I don't have enough time to calculate something which was very, very attractive on aesthetic grounds, which always makes me be very sad. I want to sidestep queen f5 checks for forever, and yeah. Now I need to find some way to improve my position, but I will deal with my back rank problems first. I want to stop knight e4 before I play h3. I think it's important not to allow this knight to jump. And then I want to play h3 and f5 in some order. Probably f5 first. He should still go knight e4, correct. Yeah. This is still very, very unclear. I should play h3, I think, to make him choose a square. And now this knight has to head towards e6. Okay, he definitely has compensation for the exchange, but I should be better. And now that the d6 pawn is gone, I should be objectively winning, but the question is, am I going to be fast enough? Who knows? Back to 2700 with this somewhat fortuitous win, but yeah, this is a tricky structure, and I think generally after long castles they try to play knight b6 here, using the fact that after c4 there is rook c8, and the white pawns begin hanging. And if you play queen a5 here, which looks very strong, black has bishop h6, achieving something he badly wants to do, namely the exchange of the dark squared bishops. Here I think I should be better, but I probably did not play it as accurately as I should. Let's see if I missed something important in the chat. And I should probably make a move. Okay, no more trump for me. Trump was too hard. Okay. I wanted to play f4 followed by e4 here. That was probably me getting somewhat overexcited. Let's do this instead. This opening actually cannot be refuted. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to refuse it. It doesn't actually have a refutation. I should not be doing this. e5 knight e4, I suspect, right? I will play myself into huge difficulties here by doing this, I think. Let's do it anyway. Bishop before check king f1. Yeah, I mean, I'm really asking for it in this game. This is not the way to approach a very sharp non-standard opening. Knight c5 is also fine, but knight c5 I'm less worried about. After knight c5 I will probably not lose up to the opening. If he goes bishop before check king f1 and let's say f5, the position might objectively be very, very bad for white. And this I just completely forgot about altogether. Okay, I need to hang on. This probably isn't correct, right? I'm not sure he needed to include this check. I think taking on g3 first was more precise. I don't have a washing machine for you to buy, sorry. Opponent disconnected. 33 seconds to win. I really don't want to win like this. Please reconnect. Mr. Arnold. Minor Bison has been waiting since 10 a.m. And because people who say stuff in chat always tell the truth, I will probably play him next. I have a question. How important understanding is compared to calculations? 27 plus GM, does he have more understanding than 26 plus? Damn, that was an interesting position. I'm very, very sad that this game ended by a disconnect. The thing is, I think if he wants to play knight g3, it's better to start with knight g3 and now play something like queen, I don't know, h3, rook g1, knight somewhere. Because after bishop b4 check, knight c3, if he takes on c3 here, I play bishop d2 and I force him to take on d2. And I have tremendous compensation for the pawn here, I think. Anyway, that was a very, very interesting position right out of the opening, which got, sadly, we'll never know what will happen because of my opponent's poor internet connection. The question about understanding compared to calculation. I think understanding is important, and I think, you can't draw a precise, rating boundary between, people with better understanding and people with worse understanding. But generally, as you become better and as you gain experience, you understand more and more things about chess, and your understanding becomes wider. So yeah, I think 2,700 people understand chess somewhat better on average than 2,600 people. But calculation is still king in most cases. Yeah, it's you don't have to apologize, Peter. My opponent actually came into chat to apologize about his internet connection. I'm more sorry than he is because this is a curious position to play. Okay, so can we have a rematch? Hang on a second. Let me just suggest something in chat. Because I think, this will be, I spoke about it a little bit, but still, let's see if there's still a challenge hanging there. If I find a challenge, I will, let's just agree to start with the position on which we disconnected, but I will try and locate Mr. Bison. Because if he actually has been waiting, oops, sorry, scrolling and clicking, I think severely underrated skills. I think I need to go all the way down. Yeah, there we are. Whoa! Sorry. As I said, scrolling and clicking, not my strongest points. I'll play Mr. Bison because 10 a.m. That's some commitment to the idea of Banterthon. And then we'll restart our d4 knight f6, d4 knight c6 discussion with Peter Arnold. I hope he's listening and on board with the plan. And yeah, generally the understanding is that begging for a game in chat should not increase your chances to actually play, because the assumption is everybody who challenged actually does want to play, so shouldn't be fair to try and influence the blind luck of the draw, so to speak, by saying me in chat. But I will play Mr. Bison because first I like Bison. I've seen Bison in Finland. I remember when we went on a visa run to Finland at one point. We were getting Finnish Schengen visas at that point for the entire family. And the cottage we rented was next to a bison farm. They are very interesting animals. So, you know, can't say no to somebody named Bison. People are now trying reverse psychology on me. Any kind of psychology won't work on me. I'm oblivious to psychology of any kind. Not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I think I'm supposed to restrict this bishop on a... well, not bishop. It's definitely not a bishop on a5. It's a bison. Should be trying to restrict it by doing this. But I'm kind of worried that I will get pinned all over by bishop g4 and things of that nature. And c6 now. Yeah, I think I've misplayed it quite drastically, the whole thing. I don't think I'm better at all, and I'm supposed to be at least slightly better. Though I think Karekin would have a better chance, Caruana would have a better chance against Magnus than Karekin. On current form, I mean, Fabiano is playing tremendous chess since the candidates. Also in the candidates, he played fantastic chess for long stretches, and you know, the two completely winning positions he failed to win against Wesley Topolov probably completely destroyed his tournament. But when it comes to playing Magnus, I mean, it's very hard to judge. And I saw my opinion. I mean, it's very hard to judge. And I saw my opinion on the Carlsen Karekin match being completely rubbished in chat, and I see where you're coming from, you know, Magnus fans. It's very difficult to imagine anyone doing very well against Magnus when Magnus is playing his best chess, but I honestly do think the match will be a lot closer than people anticipate. But I mean, very difficult to. I mean, on current form, Fabiano is looking better with every day. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Because if I have to play d takes c6, I'm crying inside. Really, really crying inside. But I don't really see any sensible alternative to it. I would like to play something like rook c1, but it seems like I'm just giving a pawn for not very much. I can play h3, but it also feels like it's sacrificing a pawn for sort of the sole virtue of sacrificing a pawn, which is not something I should be doing. No, I don't play exclusively to 2,000 plus people, but I do prefer to play people who are somewhat stronger, because I feel this is, you know, it's better for the content we provide if I'm playing somewhat stronger people, because then the games become a bit more interesting. Hope I haven't blundered a piece here somewhere. I don't see how I did, but it will be a bit embarrassing after my whole I love bison speech if I lose to a bison in 20 moves in my own favorite opening. Knight d4, I don't really have a comfortable square for the queen. I'm basically one tempo short here. If I could play rook d1, if I were in time to play rook d1 somehow, to consolidate and play rook d1, I'd be quite happy, but there doesn't seem to be enough time for that. Queen e1 and queen e3 both allow forks. Queen d3 allows knight f3 check and I lose material. whole thing is very regrettable. Now after knight d2 check, knight f3 check, I have to play bishop takes f3 and knight e4, but it doesn't seem like I'm losing. Which is, you know, the extent of my ambition right now. It might change with the, you know, further developments in the game, but for now, I'm trying to equalize. But once again, if I manage to play rook d1, my position will suddenly become a lot more pleasant to look at. Followed, let's say, by bishop e3 if he plays rook d8, p8 somewhere. Then I should be slightly better, I think. I should probably play king h1 next, almost against any move to sidestep the forks, and then I will start having threats like knight b5. Did I miss anything? There's some lively discussion. How would I compare Chess24 rating to actual FIDE rating? I wouldn't. I think online Blitz ratings and actual FIDE ratings are very, very different beasts, and any sort of comparison between the two is, you know, somewhat ridiculous. Here I like this the most. This is a bit dry, but I think this is the best move objectively. He has to play bishop d4, I feel, because if he doesn't remove one of my bishops straight away, yeah, something like this, I think his position becomes incredibly difficult to play. Queen e8 check also was maybe winning on the spot, but I quite like a4 followed by a5 simply, because I'm breaking through on the queen side, and this is not completely lost, because everything falls. The a7 pawn falls as well. These bishops are, you know, when they get going, these bishops are very, very strong. Okay, so let's resume our opening discussion with Mr. Arnaudov, and then if I can find him in the list, there it is. If I get black, I will be okay. Good. So we know what the opening should be. Yeah. If he suddenly changes his mind here, this will be slightly unfair. Okay, so this is the starting position we wanted to discuss. And knight f5, I suppose. I'm actually somewhat pessimistic about my, I mean, now that I look at it with sort of soberly. If I look at this position soberly, I have nothing to be happy about, but it's still a playable position, so let's play it. I mean, I want to play bishop d2 and castle long, and if I do get those two moves in, I might not be completely lost. And it also helps me a lot that he cannot play knight gh4 here because I have knight g5. This is probably quite strong, although, can I do this now? By removing some of his better pieces, I think I'm improving my chances here. And also I will gain quite a bit of time by chasing his queen around. That is provided that after queen takes f5, rook g5, he doesn't just win on the spot by knight takes f4, which is now becoming a major worry. Yeah, that would actually potentially just end the game there and then, which will be regrettable. After all the trouble we went to restart it, if the game just finishes. Also, if his internet connection died again, we're not restarting it again. There are people waiting. I found, I think, some way to continue. No, I think this is a mistake. He should have taken the queen. But here I most assuredly have very decent compensation for the pawn. I mean, with the center like this and casting inside to boot. Now I'm suddenly, I'm probably overstating the case a little bit here. I mean, I'm not winning or anything, but I'm doing well. Well, reasonably well anyway. d6 needs to be played. I mean, if I get d5, d6 in the game as well, I may actually have had to consider playing d6 myself. Okay, here. I can take, play knight g5. First of all, I think I always take on d6 because after d5 the center becomes much too fluid. I need to lock his pieces in, and the way the center is structured right now, it will be very, very hard for him to do very much about the situation, but I don't want to give his pieces any freedom at all here. So, and now knight g5 looks very promising, but I can't quite make it work as in win. Which is why I think I will go after the d6 pawn here. It's a bit greedy, but well, it's an important pawn to go after. And after queen h6, now I think knight g5 becomes a lot stronger, because after rook h3 he will not have queen g4, which is what was worrying me in the previous position. Now I can play rook h3, force him to go knight h4. Actually, this was not even required necessarily, but I like it. And after this, hang on, can I? No, if I take fg, he wins by 4, so I have to take. He probably has to play gf, but that doesn't help him very much. I will just generally ignore the king side, because once again I want to say that the d6 pawn is way more important than everything else in this position. So I'm creating, long-term trumps for myself, which should decide the game in the long run. He said, and then proceeded to play h4 and break open the black king side. I'm trying to distract this knight to some unfortunate squares. He can play knight g2, knight takes h4, but that gives me time to do something on the king side or in the center. The idea was to play queen e7, but yeah, I think I will stick with it. That was kind of the point. Knight e8, knight f6 check, knight h5 check, and then something, which I understand is not a legal chess move you can make. Something. The something was knight a4 check and then something. But once again, I'm probably being a little bit too vague. The thing is, I've kind of painted myself into a corner here, potentially. Yeah, this was way too vague for, not good enough. And now, I kind of wanted to play rook takes h4 on aesthetic grounds, and I probably still will. The resulting position is completely unclear. And that was horribly misplayed by me. And now rook c8, b3, b5 is very strong. This I'm less worried about. The king needs to run towards a3 here. It's very important for me to secure the position of my king. And then I will start pushing the c and d pawns. And now that my king is secure, I'm sort of happy about my position again, but maybe not to the extent that I thought. I wanted to go knight h5 here, but he has f4, which is strong. Yeah, this little tactic probably decided the game there, because he could have and should have just gone, oops, sorry, king d7 back. Yeah, now I'm completely winning again, obviously. But yeah, the variation I was trying to calculate was bishop f5, queen takes, rook g5, knight takes. And unfortunately for me, after rook e5, knight e2, I probably have to resign. So I was trying to calculate what's happening here. Queen d2. He plays knight d3, check. I play king e2. He takes on c1 with check. I take with the rook. He goes queen h3, which I think is the only square available. And here I can play something like either rook g7 or maybe knight e4 first. Let's say rook takes g7. And I think this is a playable position for white, or maybe even a good position for white. Who knows? So maybe my criticism of him not playing queen takes f5 was unjustified. Anyway, at least this game actually came to some kind of a normal conclusion instead of a disconnect win, which is something I don't like. So I'll briefly stay in touch with chat. Don't really see there anything that requires immediate attention, so we'll just continue playing chess. Played the Sicilian, played the modern. Let's play some classical openings before change. And by classical, I mean something reasonably offbeat. Although this now acquired enough theory to not really be that offbeat anymore. Most certainly not single. Have teenage children who are playing Fallout opposite me. Maybe not Fallout anymore. H5, G4. Will I get mated if I play H5 and get which gets replied to by G4? I might. So let's reply in the prescribed way by initiating a break in the center towards them. Against an attack on one of these sides, you're supposed to initiate an immediate counter-attack in the center. Good reply by my opponent. I think I need to play this very, very ugly move in response. But I do have some piece activity. I mean, an endgame with this structure would be almost lost, I guess, for black. But this is not an endgame yet, so I'm somewhat hopeful to wanted to play rook b4 here, but it doesn't actually create any threats of any kind, so Not sure if that's such a great idea. Let's ask my opponent a question. Do you want to help me develop some of my pieces and improve my structure? Mainly improve my structure or not? That's a very sensible answer. That's probably what I would have done in his spot as well, but yeah, this bishop on f5 is very awkwardly placed because it stops me from developing my knight in every single position. I would really like to go knight d5 here, but you know, allowing knight g5 gf is not really, you know, something I can contemplate quietly. And if I go rook f8 and he castles kingside, then once again, my next move is uncertain. I think I need to force him to go rook d1 and then force him to castle maybe. Not that he's particularly unhappy to castle, to be honest. Not a nice position. Not a nice position at all. And now after rook e1, yeah, rook g1 is also strong, but rook e1 may have been even stronger. He will play rook e1 now, I guess. But at least now I can play some kind of a knight jump in reply. Had he played rook e1 on the previous move, I would really be, you know, pushed for a legal move to make. Yeah, rook e1, I think. I mean, knight d5, c4, knight f4 queen somewhere doesn't actually seem to work for me, sadly. Which makes me sad. Also have 24 seconds. Which makes me even sadder. So I finally sort of consolidated here, but my position is still horrible, and wow, and now I lose a queen. Yeah, okay, thank you. h6 was picking up a full queen on the previous move instead. Now my position is actually kind of fine, but I will just lose it anyway because I have no time. Could try offering a draw, but I mean, it's miserable to do that. I mean, time management is, you know, the integral part of playing Blitz, so why should I get any mercy on that count? Yeah, just yeah, I'm gonna let the clock run out because you know, I was losing a queen at one point, so I can't really complain. I lost this on time. I was completely lost on the board before my opponent missed a golden opportunity to finish the game on the spot. It was quite decently played by my opponent. He made, to my eyes, some slight inaccuracies, but generally speaking, I think he played very, very well from h4 onwards. People complimenting my wife in chat. That is highly advisable. Please continue to do so. Okay, this one is probably not starting, so I'll give it the usual 5-second treatment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's pick somebody else. Yeah. I was informed by my child that It's advisable but disturbing when people are complimenting my wife in chat. He is wise beyond his years. Yeah, somebody. No, let's make an agreement. Let's say for the next half an hour to maybe 45 minutes, I will play lower rated people because it seems like it's a very uh, common and valid complaint. So I'll switch to people playing people who are slightly lower rated. But yeah, generally speaking, I feel that this stream is better if I play stronger players. I understand this leaves a number of people slightly dissatisfied. So because this stream is longer than my usual streams, I will try and do something about it. Glad you liked it, Dr. Boki, and sorry we will not play today, but we played a number of times in my own Banters, so. This was a c7 pawn. That was kind of the point of what I was doing, at least, at least I hoped it was. It's an important pawn, and if I can win it for nothing, I definitely will. Do I think Daniil Dubov has a shot of becoming world champion one day? He's a very, very gifted player, but I generally try to stay away from long-term prognostications like that. I mean, I have a lot of respect for his game. I think he's improving all the time. He has ideas. I've spoken to him about chess, and he also, perhaps somewhat uncharacteristically, he is very, very, open about his ideas and willing to share his ideas, as was witnessed during the recent Russian club championship when Jan Nepomniachtchi won a very, very beautiful game in a Petrov against Sanan Sugirov using one of Dubov's ideas. If you haven't seen this game, you really should. Have a look at it. It's a very, very unusual tactical idea which you might sort of never see again. But as for his shot of becoming world champion, those things are incredibly hard to judge. Okay, this turned out to be a bit of a long game, but what to do? Okay, let's play some below 2,000 players for a while. If somebody asked Magnus if he will accept an idea of training somebody and to help him to get to the GM level, I think it's a very weird question to ask of Magnus, because I mean, he definitely has more important things to concentrate on right now, and training somebody to become GM, I think, should be very, very low on his list of priorities, the way things are currently. No, I definitely don't have any score predictions for the Karek and Carlsen match. I'm not, I'm pushing it a little bit here. This is not how you should be playing, how you should play openings. H3 lets me off the hook a little bit. I mean, I'm still worse here, but it does let me off the hook a little bit. There is a very, very quiet fight being fought in my immediate presence over who plays Fallout next. I guess the answer is nobody plays Fallout next. Poor kids. Depending on the tournament, Kato. In some tournaments, you sign what you could call a contract. In some tournament, there's let's say an email agreement on something which is generally binding. What do I think about Jeffrey Shong? I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name too badly. He was being praised to the heavens to me by some people. Apparently, he is, a very, very hard-working kid who has tremendous prospects. I don't really know him, so I can't really form an opinion. I think I can win a queen here. Switching back to the game, I can win, or maybe not. No, maybe not. I have a very funky way of trying to win material, but the thing is, I would prefer to give mate to winning material here, so you will have to take my word for it. I can play g5, f takes g5, knight f5, locking the queen in, after g5 playing bishop g7, and I think this might actually win some material, but it's such an ugly way to play. I'd much rather try and find a way to do something on the king's side. Or maybe I should do this. That was actually my first idea. Bishop g7 followed by g5. Break open the structure and try and play against the white center. But I rejected it because I realized I can play something like queen f2 here, gf, queen takes f4. And I think I was correct, and this is why I switched to other stuff. But maybe, my opponent might not spot it and play something else. Because if he does play that, I think I'm worse again, which I shouldn't be, because I think queen f6 followed by f4 was incredibly slow, and it left his queen side severely unattended. So I could have started something with knight b4 here, which was potentially very strong. Yeah, queen f2 and queen f4. I'm wondering if I'm wondering how long is the delay on these things. But now I can switch back to this plan though. Yeah, I saw knight f5, but I somehow saw it only after g5 first. But as I said, I'm basically faced with the choice of winning material or sacrificing material. I almost always will go for sacrificing material, which is it's been true, since my very, very early years. I like attacking a lot more than I like defending. There should be something strong here. I'm not sure what though. Sadly, I think I will have to switch to just picking up stuff and winning because I have extra material and a better structure. I do lose the h7 pawn, but it's less important here because I've collected enough in the center and on the queen side to win eventually, I think. e5 is very strong. I will just start attacking everything. The rook comes in via c4. c3 is weak, e5 is weak. Every single pawn white has here is very weak. So. I should maybe refocus, because now if I blunder rook hf2 here, I will sort of have to restart. I think this belongs back. I don't really mind this. This I'm reasonably happy about, because I will break through and collect everything once I take on c3. Dubov versus Sugirov. But if you just search for sort of Dubov's recent games, you can't miss it. No, so not Dubov. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi versus Sugirov, but it was Dubov's idea. Yeah, I'm going slightly mad there. As I said, I don't actually mind this. This opposite color bishop endgame because my pieces are just so much more active. Okay, continuing along the same vein. Yeah, and Dubov played some very nice games himself recently, but Nepomniachtchi versus Sugirov features uh, a geometrical idea which you will not see very often, which is why I wanted to point it out to people who, I want to say, are living in a cave and haven't seen that game before. What is my opinion on the Reti opening? Yeah, that is the game with bishop g5 and h4. Reti is a perfectly normal opening. I'm not sure. I mean, I never actually studied the position after knight f3, d5, c4, d4 properly. Uh, it's uh, it's a very interesting, complicated position. But you know, I played a quite a serious amount of games starting with one knight f3 recently, but I've always followed it up by knight f3, g5, g3. I'm not a pure Reti player, so to speak. I'm leaning towards those types of positions, which are also very, very popular these days. Lots of people are doing that. And here I actually don't have anything at all, I think, because after queen a5, I will be forced more or less to play knight d4, and lots of pieces will come up. After which, you know, it's typical Marat's structure, but if black manages to exchange this amount of pieces, I think generally he's doing quite well. f5 is also a reasonable plan, but at least the positions after f5 are... Before he might actually take on c2, which is something I don't like giving him as an idea. Is chess an important part in the Russian school system? Not at the moment, I would say. Not at the moment, but there are regions where it's being, you know, seriously introduced as part of the curriculum, and I think it's a good idea. I think you know, one personal experience, recent personal experience was I went to Corsica to play this exhibition match against Etienne Bacro. And the match itself, you know, the less is spoken about the games I played there, the better. But the experience of seeing, you know, a concert hall full of children sort of screaming at the sight of chess players and, you know, treating chess players like people in other places treat movie stars. And then playing in youth tournaments. And every day there were like upwards of 300 people. And those were, we were there 2 days, and they were different children. So there were like upwards of 600 kids over the 2 days. And what Leo Battesti is doing in Corsica in terms of developing developing grassroots chess is incredibly impressive and, you know, inspirational. But in Russia, I think there's, I mean, compared to Corsica, I think most places lack severely behind. But there are some regions in Russia. I mean, in particular, of course, in Kalmykia, Zhinov has made it a very high priority to introduce chess, both in schools and also at some point. I don't know how much of a joke that was, but it was said that you can't get hired in any kind of a for any kind of a government position. One of the considerations was you needed you needed to be able to play chess. We kind of drifted through a number of moves here. Somewhere around move 15, I didn't really have much at all, but now my position is close to winning because I control the entire board. The bishop on e6 is almost impossible for black to challenge it, and I can play for mate with some kind of an f5 break, or I can just quietly improve my position further and pick up something on the queen side. And the biggest problem for black is that he just has no moves. And now I can win a great deal of material. Thanks for people praising my videos, but as I remarked before, if I start specifically searching for people who are saying something in chat in the list of challenges I have, I think it will be slightly unfair. What do I think of Kasparov's recent Blitz event? I think it was fun. I think lots and lots of people watched it. I think it brought a lot of attention to chess, which is always a good thing. I think it showed that he is still very, very strong. Not that too many people doubted that. But let's say my Facebook wall was full of people saying that this is the return of the king, and this proves that he would still be the undisputed world #1 had he still been playing chess. I think this is an overstatement. I think, as with everything else in life, and Kasparov takes stuff he does very, very seriously. It was quite obvious that he prepared for this tournament very seriously, prepared to play these precise people. And in particular, on the first day, I think it was quite obvious that he was playing sort of mainline openings, stuff he prepared against this particular trio when they were still sort of goofing around and trying to avoid theory. And they were, by doing this, they were giving him odds, more or less, because Kasparov was an excellent, much better position after the opening is a different beast to Kasparov, who has to solve opening from move 10. Well, not that he, very often will have to solve opening problems by move 10, but you know what I mean. And by day 2, when this trend was somewhat changed and people started playing more seriously against him in the opening phase, I think there was a market change in how things started going. But I mean, of course, he's a giant of the game and can definitely still play chess to a very high level. People using a disturbing amount of crying emoji in chat. Please stop crying at me. It's not fair. You sort of never, ever, under any circumstances, play a4 in this structure. If you pass, it will do much less damage to your position than when you play e4. Where is the king's gambit? People actually aren't playing e4 or 5 against me, but I'm not really playing 1e4. I will switch to 1e4 in a second. Hang on. I actually did promise the king's gambit. But just to reinforce this point, never ever close the queen side like that in a king's Indian. I mean, there will be some positions in which it's not horrible, but it just makes my play on the king side so much simpler because I never have to worry about the knight on c5 being driven away by e3 and b4. Mora. No, I'm not playing the Mora. I have some kind of, emotional attachment to the king's gambit. I definitely don't have any kind of attachment to the Mora. Sorry. I mean, this position is very solid for white. He can probably castle queenside in some fashion, maybe even right away, although after a4 he might lose the g5 bishop. So I would probably start with bishop b3 here. Correct. Well played, sir. It's still a playable position for white, but it just makes black's life so much easier when you do this. You can play knight f4. He will probably just ignore it somehow. Should still do it, I think. Well, if Jan played the Mora, there's really no necessity for me to play the Mora. Yeah, now I'm better / winning. I think this was a huge mistake. Not because he will no longer have to be able to castle, but because I win the dark squared bishop for nothing, and then I will be better on every side of the board. I think I may have hurried a little bit with f4. Might make his life slightly easier. Might make it a bit simpler for him to defend. Still a very, very unpleasant position for white. Any advice to cure time travel addiction in standard tournament? You know, not really, because it's a problem which is very difficult to solve, as you know, let's say the example of Alexander Bishop shows, because you know with Bishop you have somebody who is tremendously strong, has been playing at the very, very top level for a number of years, and he still has the same issue, you know, year in, year out, of being in severe time trouble in almost every game. But you can force yourself to be more practical with your time management. I missed rook f3? Yeah, I missed rook f3. Shame on me there. Oh, and I missed queen f1 check as well. I might not win this game. Okay, I don't really care about the c7 pawn at all. What I care about is not allowing him to trade queens. No, more. What I said is not to, you know, to disparage the opening. More is a playable opening. That's not my objection to it. My objection to it is on sort of aesthetic grounds. Where's my mate? That's a bit ambitious. I don't know what the Cozier defense is against the Spanish opening, so I can't really give you my opinion on that. I have no idea what that is. Here's my mate. So, yeah, I missed a very easy shot there, right? I could just play... No, I couldn't. There's a queen on e8. Why are you trying to make me feel worse about myself than I already should? That's not fair. Okay, so the guy who was about to go to bed, I actually tried finding him in the list, but the list is so long that I tried and failed, and I apologize. So 3:45 in, another 15 minutes of playing people who are slightly lower rated, and then I'll go back to playing somewhat stronger position. Okay, let's go for the King's Gambit. Come on, I have to do this. And not even e5 there. I'm very disappointed. I did my best though, guys. The steak was very good. Thanks for asking. The steak was excellent. There's a new steak place within walking distance of our flat, which is not cheap, but the meat is very, very decent. I mean, there is the issue of imported meat being no longer available in Russia because of the sanctions, but to my somewhat uneducated taste, what they serve there is very decent. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I quite badly did not want to play a slow game, which would have developed had I not broken through c4 and d5, which is why I went for this. I'm not sure this is so great. I do have the threat of rook e1, which black will need to contend with, and now I'm very convinced I'm doing well. The question is, after queen takes d5, knight b6 would force me to make an extremely ugly move, queen d2. And there, I am not at all convinced I was doing so hot. But after knight f6, queen c4, I mean, material is equal, e1 coming next. Has to be very bad for black. Yeah, definitely not better than Argentine stakes, and also, according to knowledgeable sources, much worse than Australian stakes. But it's improving. I mean, by necessity, Russian farmers are now rapidly learning how to produce, good alternatives to those. Yeah, the St. Louis tournament in '05. Well, one of my fonder memories of that was, the food we were being served in the hotel restaurant on a constant basis. On special days, they would serve us kid, which is sort of like lamb, only better. And I'm winning some material here. Where should it go? Do I have any respect for Scandinavian with queen d8? I mean, if you want to play the Scandinavian, why would you opt for queen d8? Queen d6 is perfectly playable. I mean, Sergei Tivyakov has been doing that for years with reasonable success against very, very qualified opposition. Queen d8, I mean, you will not lose, but it's definitely inferior to queen d6. And bishop c1, my opponent wants to play c4, which actually creates threats of some kind, which is not something I expected to be saying about this game. Let's trade some pieces instead. I mean, it's a reasonably simple technical task, of course, and I wanted to punish my opponent for misplacing his knights in the way he did. But after bishop c1, c4, that would actually, create some questions, because bishop c5 check is not that easy to make. All right. Is queen a5 worse than queen d6? No, queen a5 is also a playable move. And the thing about the Scandinavian is nobody really remembers what to do against it anymore, because it's, apart from a very, very small number of people who do it seriously, it more or less disappeared from serious practice. So if you ask, a random strong GM on his opinion on what to do against the Queen A5 Scandinavian, he probably doesn't remember anymore. I studied it when I was a kid, and I honestly don't remember that theory anymore at all. So I'd be very confused if I had to play seriously against somebody who studied it by black. And it seems like Jiro actually did have to go to bed or study or whatever it was in the chat. I didn't see him in the list before. Ah, there you go. I think saying that nobody plays the Caracan anymore is a huge overstatement. People still play the Cara. People even still play the French. But of course, not as much as the Sicilian and the Spanish. I already stated my case on the Carlson Karekin much more than once during the show, so I'm not gonna try and repeat myself again. D5 v D5 knight f6 is playable, but I wouldn't say it's good. I think saying it's good is an overstatement. This was a bit of an opening disaster for my opponent. I think he's been waiting for too long, so he sort of burnt out a little bit waiting for the game. Yeah, definitely a lot more Caracan at high level than French. Vishy has been playing Caracan on and off for years with decent results. With the sort of disappearance of Alexander Morozevich from top level events, there hasn't been anyone who's been playing French consistently. People play it occasionally, but not on a regular basis. All right, so we're almost 4 hours in. Let's switch back to the normal mode for my banters and go and lose some games. Why don't we see the anti-Moscow? I think the anti-Moscow, I mean, you still see it occasionally, but it's become a bit less popular. Queen e7. Yeah, that's how much of a King's Gambit player I am. This already makes me very, very confused, which it really shouldn't. It also makes me want to sacrifice more pieces than is necessary, I think, here. Ridiculous. If you don't know what to do in this position, you definitely should not be playing this opening, I think. General consensus should be that it's not your place to play this opening if you don't know what you're doing in this position. I want to play d4, d6, knight c3, but I'm pretty sure it's completely incorrect. Oh. Yeah. That was wrong, obviously, but what was I supposed to do there? I'm pretty sure it's something which, sacrifices a great deal of material. But what is it? Yeah, I'm, you know, I'm being a really, really horrible advertiser for King's Gambit by playing as abysmally as I am. Maybe it is d4, d6, knight c3, but it didn't look right at all, somehow. Obviously neither does this, but I mean, that's sort of beside the point. How do I not lose on the spot here? How do I not lose on the spot here? Nobody really uses chess sets of any kind at home. You use, you know, chess base, and that's about it. I have a great number of different chess sets at home, of course, but you don't actually, I mean, you probably should, but you don't work with traditional wooden pieces nearly as much these days as you used to. There's a very beautiful combination possible if you go through g6 with the idea of bishop h6. I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but I'm kind of rooting for him to do that because I want to check it out. What is white supposed to do after queen e7? Is it knight c3 first? Yeah, I was brought a dark colored drink, which I assumed was some kind of a berry juice. It most certainly wasn't. So the quality of this stream is about to go rapidly downhill, but yeah, knight h5 kind of wins, even without my family trying to make me drunker than I already was. Yeah, I thought it was d4, but how do you follow it up from there? I was pretty sure it was d4. Here he has a tremendous amount of very nice possibilities, like d4 wins material, knight g3 is very strong, rook g3 is very strong, everything is tremendously strong here. I probably shouldn't be playing the King's Gambit in the 4th and 5th hours of my Banters. Probably not a very wise idea. I'm kind of, yeah, this was what I was rooting for, because here I have this option. Not that it's good, but it's fun at least. Not like a lot of fun, but sort of fun. Let's put it like this. Obviously, I'm still lost, but at least, you know, I'm doing something which is in the spirit of the opening. You know, I'm sacrificing pieces. I'm playing against the king in the center. You know, all the good King's Gambit stuff. I'm somewhat less despondent about this game now. What? No, this cannot be right. I think my opponent is trying to help me on purpose. Should not be doing that. I feel like I should be better now. I'm not sure rook f1 is the best way to proceed, though. It was a bit too slow. There was knight c7, but after knight c7 you can take on c7 with the king. There was also knight g5, but my problem with knight g5 was if I go knight g5, let's say queen g6, knight e6, queen e6, I can't really take on c7 because he takes on e3 with check. What is the most horrible position I ever managed to save against the Grandmaster? The first one that comes to mind, and people will think I'm, picking it because of its, significance on the opponent, but it really was unbelievably horrible. The first thing that comes to mind is the position I had against Magnus in one of the Norway chess tournaments, where basically more or less every single legal move would win. And Magnus decided to win in style and sacrifice the rook. And there suddenly I had chances, and I almost actually won that game. In the mutual time trouble which ensued, I had at one point decent winning chances. I'm misplaying this as well because I found something and now I realize what the refutation of what I found is, which is sad. Because after knight e7 I was planning to go g4, which I was very proud of, kind of capturing the knight on h5. But he has rook d8. This is all very, very regrettable because I would like to get away with it once. After knight f6, I thought I had something. I thought I had rook h6, queen e3. Damn. So I will end up losing this game. This is sad. Because at one point I really, really felt like I might be now doing quite okay. Knight g4, knight e4, any move, more or less. I think he's making it sort of more complicated than it needs to be. He probably missed bishop a3. I think I might be actually once again doing, yeah, no, I'm definitely doing well. Whee! Swindles strike again. And now he will flag me, which is, he really shouldn't. Okay. I think this is a good example of what will happen in the last hour of this show. And I should continue drinking the liquid, which will remain unnamed, I think, to make it slightly more interesting. Although some food to go with it will be good. But I'm going to stick with my original opinion and not subject you to the horrible spectacle of me eating. Yeah, of course I eat borscht. Every Russian eats borscht. No idea why I'm doing what I'm doing, but no reason not to continue. Followed by d5, hopefully, and if I don't lose on the spot, a very acceptable position. Kind of a natural dichotomy there. I hope I'm using the word correctly. I'm either somehow losing by force here, although I kind of doubt it, or I will get a very decent game. Borscht is a meat-based soup, featuring mainly meat and beetroot. So if you have an objection to either of those two things, borscht is not for you. There are ways to cook it without meat, but I think that kind of sort of refutes the whole point of the dish. In the Marxist structures arising from the symmetrical English, I think, this is way, way too general of a question to ask properly. It very much depends on, the tempi. In some positions, white definitely has some advantage, in some positions, none at all. What's my opinion on 5 of 3 against the Sicilians? I think by now black has figured out what to do against it. I mean, it's very playable, but it's not going to give you very much. Yeah, and here I'm doing quite well, I think, because I will have a lot of play against the d4 and c4 pawns. Anonymous juice variation. It's not juice. It's quite certainly not juice. I mean, it's grape related, but not juice. I brought it from the Russian Club Cup from. As I said on many occasions, one of the major reasons why I'm playing for the club that I'm playing for is the team meetings, because the team meetings tend to be very food and drink oriented. There's a lot of both during team meetings, and it's very enjoyable, although probably not very good for you. I somehow need to solve the question of where to put my queen from d8, because I don't really, I mean, I can't play queen 7 because of knight d5. Here, maybe I can just take on e5 twice. He will take on b6. I can take with the a pawn. He takes on e5. I take on c4. No, it's not Kola. Come on, guys. I wouldn't kid you with this. I kind of want to preserve the tension, but struggling to pick a correct move to do that with. The idea here, I think, he wants to play a6, knight a7, which is a clever little tactic, which I shouldn't allow, but how can I stop it? Is a better question to ask myself. I may have actually landed myself in a little bit of difficulty here. Little by little. There's really no comfortable way to stop this. Rook a8, knight c6 is, too horrible to bear. Yeah, I should have gone for what I mentioned earlier. That was a way better choice. Can I do this? And the answer is no. I wanted to play knight a7, bishop takes e5, and now I realize how it's refuted. Can I maybe fine-tune it somehow? Bishop e5. Let's try. That was what I was trying to make work. And now I have to take on e3, because if I play rook c7 immediately, bishop takes b6, which is what I missed. But I can take on e3 and play rook c7 here. He can play e6 though. I'm still slightly worse, but at the very least I'm getting out of this sort of alive. I can take on a7, take on d7, and go queen d2. And I should survive this, I think. Which system would be quicker and easier to study against c4? I think picking e5 and then finding something you like after e5 is your best bet. I don't know why I went for this rook endgame so happily. It's really not very pleasant. I thought I will be in time to get my king to e5. I'm just, I'm nowhere near in time to get my king to e5 here. That was a bit of an optical illusion. I'm probably not a lot worse here, but I don't know why I was so happy about this rook endgame. It's mystifying. I think, picking 1e5, and then out of all the myriad of things you can play after 1e5, picking something which appeals to you on some level and sticking with it is the way to go. I think Jan has the next shift. And the hours he keeps in this marathon are a complete mystery to me. I wouldn't be able to do that. Slowly I'm actually somewhat better now, because now the pawn on c5 is actually a weakness. I'm picking it up. My opponent played way too passively for a number of moves, and now it is he who will have to worry about equalizing. Peter in his last hour. Peter in the last hour of the Banterthon would be a slightly more optimistic way of looking at things. I hope this is not my last hour. Please don't write me off. I wouldn't, I would say in the prime of my life, but that's probably an overstatement, but still. Please don't let this be true. Not that I would mind actually, spending my last hour chatting with Chess24 chat about things, but it's a somewhat depressing thought nonetheless. So, some more romantic openings. Black currant. What about black currant? I like black currant. No, seriously. It's some kind of homemade red wine, which is what we drink in huge quantities during team meetings during the Russian Club Cup, because our team chief, he established a lot of contacts at the biggest market in town, and he has some people there who he trusts, and he buys basically crates of homemade red wine of all kinds, which is gratefully drunk by the entire team during team meetings. And before before you judge, we actually won the thing this year, so it's not even necessarily to the detriment of the team performance. This one doesn't seem to be starting, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry. We don't need any team bonding. There's been, well, I misclicked there a little bit, but okay. It's way beyond team bonding by this point. The first step towards, solving the problem is admitting you have a problem. And then there are 11 more steps, I think. What am I supposed to do here? What is the optimal number of games a World Championship match should last? You see, it becomes a logistical problem because I think for chess fans, your general answer will be sort of the more the better. But sadly, it becomes a question of, logistics, economics, and all that boring stuff nobody wants to talk about. I think, the current, 12/14 it's a bit short for the purists, but it's long enough to establish probably who is the stronger player. Also, I misplayed this opening quite badly, so I'm trying to think, and it's hard. I need somehow to meet knight d6 with c4, but I also need to somehow deal with the bishop g7 ideas first. And doing those two things at once is seemingly almost impossible. Which is why I will go for some kind of weird gambit. Okay, I'm less despondent about my position now. I think this is pushing it a little bit from black. I have beaten all the bog shots, Miktal tells me, and bog is one of the hardest villains of the current meta, of course. 6/8 taunt. Sorry, I needed to get this in somehow. It's not for me to judge. I mean, those things are very, very difficult to quantify. I mean, very nice position for black, by the way. Not that, you probably can understand that on your own, but if you don't, this is a tremendously nice dish-like position. Black is probably better. Do I think they will change the venue from New York to Russia? People seem to think this is an option. I'm not entirely sure why, but, FIDE works in mysterious ways. I don't have an opinion, and I have absolutely no insider information on this subject whatsoever, just to make this, abundantly clear. I'm not involved in this on any level. I might, there are circumstances under which I might end up commentating on the match, but apart from that, I am not really involved in this match in any way, shape, or form. I'll have to sacrifice some additional material here. So I don't really know anything you don't know. But yeah, the thing about FIDE is that you can't really rule anything out. So, I mean, people seem to think it's possible, and I don't know, might be. I'll be surprised, but finally somebody, one of us two spots that this is possible, because I was completely oblivious for a number of months here. Rook b1 is very sad. I don't want to play rook b1. I want to make rook queen takes a1 work, but I can't see how. Won't stop me trying though. The thing is, rook f7 looks very attractive, but it's not fast enough because he takes on f7, and after d7 he can take on c4. But I have other options here. I can play d7. I can also play bishop f7 and d7. This thing is the most attractive of. Yeah, this could be a very nice cheaper. It doesn't work though. Damn. He has e4 and bishop f6. If he spots it, he spots it. Also 1806. Okay. That was interesting. You never know, but curious. And it all started with a misclick because I was trying to click on some other challenge actually. What was I talking about? Nobody knows what I was talking about. I certainly don't. So let's just move on. Of course, I rate Paul Karras. Who doesn't rate Paul Karras? Child, could you switch the light on? Let's play the Scotch. I don't know if this is better or worse, but it was getting a bit dark for my personal liking. So I used to play knight d2 here. It's not very good, and nobody does it anymore. Probably for the reason that it's not very good, but people might be confused by this move. Okay. Nagy likes knight d2? That's mysterious to me because I think, the conclusion from, the last time I looked at it, which was a very long time ago, obviously, was that, I mean, knight f3 is clearly a mistake, as I realize now. For instance, bishop g4 is just incredibly annoying right away. Yeah, I think you start with c4, and then you might play knight d2 in some positions. Knight d2 on move 8 allows black, gives black additional options, some of which are very strong. But yeah, knight f3 is a mistake. If I wanted to do something like this, maybe knight c4 was slightly stronger. Knight f3 is just plain wrong. Yeah, I've actually managed to sort of tie myself in knots here a little bit by doing this, because what am I supposed to do now? He doesn't even play bishop g4 straight away. He can wait. I mean, I can take on d6 and I will not be much worse, but it's a disgusting way to play chess. Too late in the day for Scotch, I think. The conclusion has to be way too late in the day for Scotch. Or at least the Scotch opening. It's never too late in the day for Scotch, but okay, I'll take on d6 after f6, but that's kind of pushing me towards a good move. Black is still fine. I mean, my structure is slightly better, but black, I think, has good enough pieces to cover for it. And also the bishop on c1 is a horrible piece because, you know, if I could sort of teleport the rook from a1 to d1, that would be slightly better, but sadly not how chess works. Yeah, my problem here is that the bishop on c1 and the rook on e1 are so stuck to the protection of my win side that I will be very, very hard pressed to finish development. Maybe I have to bite the bullet and actually play c4. How is life in Moscow? I would suggest you ask somebody who actually is in Moscow. But from what I hear, it's fine. I mean, and this is a mistake. It's a huge big city with all the problems and advantages that brings. I like St. Petersburg way better, but then again, I was born here. I've lived my entire life here, and there is a great deal of rivalry, and you could maybe even say sort of ill feeling between the two. So it's hardly surprising that I prefer my hometown to Moscow. I don't know if I need this move, but I want to drive the rook away from the second before going to d3. People loving Ufa in chat. This is some very impressive knowledge of somewhat obscure Russian cities. If by St. Petersburg Knights you mean the White Knights, the White Knights are one of the most, stunningly romantic things you can experience. But if you mean, nights during the winter where you get almost no sunlight and evening begins at 4, yeah, that's not very cheerful. You have to admit that that type of weather is very liable to drive a sane person somewhat mad. I don't know why my opponent is continuing, but with 2 minutes on my clock, I really am not going to fail to win this game. If you play bishop takes d4, I would take on b2, and then I could take on d7 on d7 with check. I tried playing with user HUD, so I don't know if. Why do people think I don't understand love stories? That's insulting, Lila. I'm still a human being. Why would you say that to me? Ever thought of moving somewhere else? For instance, Hamburg. Of course, I thought about it, but I actually quite like where I am in a lot of respects. Dragon. What am I supposed to do against the dragon? Play the main line, I guess. I mean, the thing about St. Petersburg is that it's a tremendously beautiful city where people I like still live, although some of them actually have moved to Hamburg, of all places. And I don't mean the chess people. My closest school friend is now a Hamburger. And there's lots and lots to love about St. Petersburg, but there's the climate, There is also the the general outlook sort of politically, which is not something I would particularly like to discuss at length here, because it's not a very cheerful subject, but that does come into the equation. Every time I play against the knight off on chess 24, I end up with this endgame. I wonder why. Time and time again, I get this precise endgame. Well, not this endgame. This I actually once had ages ago. These positions are very, very interesting to play. I think objectively white should be slightly better, but they are very, very interesting and very unbalanced. Three pawns for the bishop, and the bishop is a very useful piece, but I mean, in the Blitz game, it's absolutely anybody's game here, because yeah, maybe I always play the same line, but I don't actually. I just play the main line against Tunaidov, and nobody plays bishop d7, rook c8 against me. They all, for some reason, play this knight takes d4, bishop e6 idea, which, you know, last I checked wasn't the main line of the dragon. It's kind of surprising. I have a favorite city abroad. My favorite city abroad is London, and it's not even close. c4 rook bca, but I can take with the rook on b5. I think I should do it. GM training these days is mainly opening theory, and yes, calculation generally outweighs positional considerations in most cases, because if you can't calculate, positional understanding will count for not a lot. Okay, so how do we push the b pawn? If it gets to b7, we win, obviously, but what's the most efficient way of getting it there? Yeah, now we're definitely winning. I think it probably wouldn't change very much, but e5 was the final mistake here. d5 rook a6, of course, is my idea. He can play rook d6 there, but then I can win in a number of different ways. The most beautiful, I think, is this move. This move I like quite a bit. I hope you like it as well. Although, of course, I could also just go b6, bc, b7, and win this position. But king before king c5, I think, is the more elegant solution there, and the a pawn wins. All right, 436 in. So seems like I will actually survive this without losing too much face. Face damage, very important to limit the face damage, as people know. People saying fast damage doesn't matter all that much haven't really played against the shady school of play. I think we are far enough in this broadcast that I can plug my favorite streams, right? Yeah. If you're not if you're not watching Shady Bunny, you are missing out on some vital content. And if you're playing up against a proper shady-like deck, ignoring face damage will not get you very far. People telling me I look a bit tired. If you wait a bit longer, this chat will inform you that water is wet. More earth-shattering revelations coming up soon. Yeah, people watching Trump and Creep in 2016. I'm not kidding about Shady Bunny, by the way. Unless I get under some kind of direct attack here straight away, something connected with knight g5 and f5, my position is, strategically I'm doing very well here because bishop on b7 is a monster. If I manage to castle kingside and survive, I'll be doing quite well. Haven't started on the new season of Peaky Blinders yet. I'm waiting until the season runs before I start watching it. I should probably stop bishop a5. Although maybe a tempo on bishop e7 is more important. I don't actually mind knight a5. If he takes two tempi to trade the bishop on b7, I'll be reasonably happy. Then I'm still reasonably happy to just ignore all this. I think castling is more important. My favorite character from The Wire. That's hard. How do you choose one? Knight c5 is a little bit annoying though. Knight g5 I was less worried about. Maybe I should have been paying more attention to that, but somehow I thought I will just play f5 and be okay, but maybe I was... Maybe I was slightly too relaxed in my approach to this. You can take on f6 en passant and play knight c5, creating a threat of knight takes d7, which probably will force me to take. So, yeah, I think I was maybe a bit too blasé about the whole thing. Yeah, would I be more worried about playing Kasparov or Carlsen at their best? Well, arguably Kasparov was at their best in the late 80s. I mean, it's also a very difficult question. In the late 80s, he went on a complete rampage, winning more or less every single tournament he played in, some of them with unbelievable scores. But he also obviously was very, very dominant in the late 90s and early aughts when I was playing against him. So, yeah, I don't know if I played against Kasparov at his best. You could make an argument that maybe I caught him a bit too late, but I did play against Magnus at his best. I'm not sure which is harder. Those are very different challenges. What would I have done for a living if I wasn't a chess player? Now that the knight has decamped to h3, I should be doing fine, but once again, the question is A, how fine, and B, how to capitalize on that. I feel like I maybe should be trading queens, but that will also minimize any chances for advantage that I have here. But still, it does feel correct to play queen g5 here. If he wants to trade, he can trade, but now he also has to spend the tempo on rook a3 or something like that. And another false dichotomy being presented in chat. Stephen King or Erich Marie Remarque. I think it's very, very possible to like both, although I'm not actually a huge Stephen King fan. Trying to remember the Kinky Friedman line about not having run into Stephen King lately, which was a very clever play on words to do with Stephen King's accident, which is a bit cruel, but I think he was so full of himself in his last works that, you know, it's kind of semi-deserved. Black is actually a little bit better here. But yeah, objectively it's kind of level. And, you know, it becomes a question of whether we should flag him or not. I think I actually would have continued playing had this been a classical game, so I don't feel that bad, because, as I said, with the bishop on c6 controlling the structure so well, black is actually somewhat better. Yeah, I don't coach either online or live at the moment. It might, you know, there might come a time where I will, but not at the moment. All right, so 10 to 15 more minutes left, so probably a couple more games, right? Talking about stories in Soviet Russia, I shouldn't be the one telling this story, but my kids play Fallout. No, they don't play chess, happily, I think, because for my children in St. Petersburg, it would have been a challenge to be, you know, a budding chess player, because, you know, coaches don't actually get replaced very much with the passage of time here, so they would have to, you know, be around people who've seen me as a kid and will be, you know, constantly compared to me as a kid, which is not a healthy environment. So, story time. This story was told to me by Stuart Conquest, and I will, bless you, I will probably ruin it completely, but he played in a tournament somewhere, I think in the States, with Semyon Palatnik, who emigrated from Soviet Union to the States at some point. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here, which is very annoying. I'm just not a Prince Indian player. And the playing hall was very far from the hotel, so they rented a car. And normally, Stuart would drive them both because they were carpooling. Stuart would drive them to the round. And one day, Semyon asked to drive. And Stuart said, sure. And let Semyon take the wheel. And Stuart, when he was telling me this story, he said that was probably the scariest half an hour of his entire life, because they kind of narrowly missed a number of lampposts, where in a number of really, really near misses over, you know, it wasn't a long drive, but it really was life-threatening despite not being very long. And they did get there, and when they were, slightly bow-legged, and in Stewart's case, severely shell-shocked, when they were getting out of the car, Stewart turned to Simon and said, "Simon, do you do you actually drive?" And Simon looked at him, with a deadpan expression and said, "In Soviet army, I drive. No, in the Russian army, I drive a Russian tank." I hope I didn't butcher that story as badly as I suspect I have. What should I do here? I think I did misplay it very, very badly, because what I get now is a truly horrible Benoni. I have no knight g4 shots because the pawn is on h3, the bishop is already on e3, which it never should have been by this point. And, the knight is one move away from c4. Yeah, horrible, horrible Benoni structure. And knight bd7 was very vague once again. I should have done something more concrete. I can definitely say hola, but not very much else. That chair is, I think, older than my children, and it did not cost very much, and it certainly doesn't cost anything at all now, because it's completely... No, I'm lying. I actually replaced the chair, which was older than my children. But it's still not a particularly good chair. I'm not that happy with it. I kind of want to resign. It's not a good sign here. Can I play my last game blindfolded? I would definitely try if I'm not sure if there's if the site supports it. So, what kind of blindfolded is it? I mean, without somebody giving me the moves, it would be very, very difficult. I don't actually mind playing blindfolded, and I don't think, especially considering what's gone on before during this broadcast, I don't think the quality of play would even suffer. Compared to what I'm doing right now, it definitely wouldn't. But yeah, the thing is, I don't know how to organize that. I will research that for future use. Blindfold. Yeah, I'm not gonna search that for that on stream right now. If and when I do more bunters, we can try and do that, but not right now. Yeah, and there's also the issue that the croissantist is pointing out. You probably won't actually see anything either, so it will be sort of easier for me than it will be for you, because I will know what the position is, but some of you won't be able to follow, I guess. Click on the settings wheel. Let's find the wheel of settings. Nope. I have no idea where it is. Let's just give up on the whole idea for now. If he goes f4, I will sacrifice some material, like probably the exchange on e4. It's not going to be particularly pretty, but I feel I have to. The position doesn't really support anything else. I'll probably play one more. This probably isn't the last game. This game is way too miserable for it to be the last game of the stream. Can somebody in chat explain where my Twitter nickname comes from? I've answered this question enough times, I feel, to delegate. Under the board on the left. Flipboard, toggle board size, more settings. Yeah, not right now. Clearly not right now. No, I'm not. I'm never going to be the highest rated player on the site. Obviously, I'm just A, I don't play nearly enough, and B, I'm just not fast enough these days. It's simply the question of motorics. I will win this game, but still, it's a miserable game. Well, at least let's say it was a miserable position somewhere around here. Already by this point, it resembles a human position, which it really shouldn't have, considering how bad it was like 5 moves ago. Okay, one final game, which I will promise to try and not misplay as badly as I misplayed this one, and I will hand it off to, I think, Jan, who is indefatigable. That was probably mispronounced, right? No King's Gambit for you people because e4, c5. I think I can be excused if I'm not actually playing somebody who plays e4 if I'm. I can't answer the question who is this guy with such a rating because it doesn't say. Well, he's obviously somebody decent. You need a forced draw in the Paulson with white. Why would you need a forced draw in the Paulson with white? That seems counterintuitive. I really want to play knight g5 somewhere. But it doesn't seem to really give me very much, so I should restrain myself. Probably. I keep on misplaying this line very badly because the bishop really needs to retreat to e2. I should play sort of queen d2 as early as possible to have bishop e2 as a reply to knight e5. I keep on doing this instead and landing in positions I dislike quite badly. It's very annoying. Definition of something I can't quite place at the moment is doing things in exactly the same way and expecting different results, right? Yeah, knight b5 was probably good. That's a good point. Knight g4 could be a move here, although I might actually meet it with knight g5 for once. My idea is to play knight d4 and trade a pair of knights in this way without taking on e5, because I obviously don't want to give black a chance to play d takes e5 and plant a knight on d4. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't consider knight b5. Weird. This makes me a bit happier. I can go for plans with bishop d4. I can also, in some positions, maybe even go for plans with f4 and... no, probably not f4, f5, because the knight will retreat to d7. Has to be bishop d4. Although I miss bishop h6, which can be very annoying in these types of positions. Maybe not right now, but in general, this is one resource you always have to pay attention to. I would like my next two moves to be h3 and queen e3 if at all possible, but he might also play b5 here, as I now realize. Okay, let me correct my mistake then. With the bishop on e3, I also have less to worry on the b5 front because the rook on c1 is protected. Yeah, this is the kind of a restructuring I was looking for. I can play queen e3 next, and then maybe queen d2. Perhaps bishop h6 in some positions to ask him if he wants to go bishop h8. Because bishop h8 is a bit of a concession for him. I'm not sure if I will rejoin the Banterthon. I might, but tomorrow is a busy day. And we finally land our knight d5, which is very good from an aesthetic point of view. Although it's actually kind of strong here because I can win a piece. Yeah? Well, not win a piece. He can play h6 and g5, but will net me some material. f6 is less of a problem for me because I have d6, I think. Yeah, the long wait was not for naught. If I maybe allowed this feeble pawn. Why is this not completely winning? Whoops, sorry. I mean, obviously it is completely winning, but what's the cleanest way to do it from here? I think this is correct. He can sacrifice a queen here by playing rook d6 and queen takes c4, but... no, I can take on d6 there, it's good. And against this, I was planning to play d7. He has bishop f6 then. Damn. That was quite badly misplayed. Rook d6 is possible now. I'm trying very badly to spoil this beyond recognition. What am I doing? So sad. Words cannot describe how annoyed I am with what's happening here. Really, there are no words for this. Yeah. Managed to completely ruin a totally winning position. I mean, after rook e7, I don't even need to do this. I can just play bishop h4 here, and then f5. But also here, it has to be a tremendously easily technically winning position. Like takes, and take on b6. I assume it's Jan asking me if I'm still alive. It depends on your definition of the word alive, I think. But broadly, yes. And very happy that I managed to, you know, do my share in the grand scheme of things. Hope some of you enjoyed some parts of this, and I'm not sure if I will rejoin the madness tomorrow or not. But if not, on this somewhat dumb, squeamish note, I will bid you adieu and hand it over to the able hands of, I think, Jan once again, who will take it, deep into the night. I look like a White Walker, apparently. No, I don't look like a White Walker. White Walkers are different looking to me. Anyways, thanks everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for keeping me company in chat, because I think for the second part of the show I wouldn't have survived without having the chat to distract my attention. And good luck to Jan in his endeavors. Give him hell.